Chapter 1923. On the land north of Liuzhou, the Beimang vanguard was naturally longer, densely packed like locusts. Huang Songpu's close to 20,000 personal cavalry gradually pulled 200 steps away from the cavalry on the left and right. These 20,000 cavalry adeptly formed into 10 large horizontal rows. The distance between each row was quite wide. Roughly, there were 4 rows of heavy cavalry in front, 5 rows of light cavalry behind, and only 1 row of light cavalry following closely behind the first row of heavy cavalry. The so-called heavy cavalry under Huang Songpu was the elite cavalry of the Beimang grassland. They were not the royal heavy cavalry that the old lady of Beimang saw as a national treasure, nor were they the true heavy cavalry of Beiliang. They were different from the simple leather armor of the light cavalry. The armor they wore was mostly made of leather with a layer of scales on the inside. It was an imitation of the cavalry of the Great Feng dynasty, who boasted that their armor and horses were unparalleled. The plates of the armor were like fish scales, heavier than chainmail, and normal horse bows could not pierce through the armor. The war horses of these heavy cavalry would occasionally wear a small amount of leather armor. The cavalry held a spear, a war blade by their waist, and there would also be people who would place a mace on the saddle. The Battle of Liangmang's cavalry had already been going on for more than 20 years. Northern Mang wasn't suited to using cavalry to attack infantry, this type of uncertain strategy of gathering and dispersing. When facing a northern Liang border army that they knew the ins and outs of, feigning a retreat would only make things worse. Just as the front row of light cavalry under Huang Songpu was about to speed up and charge through the gaps between the heavy cavalry, a strange scene occurred. Huang Songpu was supposed to lead the light cavalry to use their lives to slow down the charge of the Beiliang cavalry, and then let the 4 rows of heavy cavalry behind him pierce through the enemy formation in one go. However, the Liuzhou dragonesque elephant cavalry that was originally advancing side by side suddenly changed their formation. Moreover, it became strange. The 10,000 cavalry in the center actually slowed down their charge, while the left and right wings instantly began to pull back their front lines, quickly increasing their formation. Then, they no longer purposely held back the power of the warhorses, suddenly increasing their speed, almost bypassing Huang Songpu's middle army. The direction where they entered just happened to be the area where the 3 battalions were connected. It was as if they wanted to cut off the 2 arms of Huang Songpu's main force on the spot. It was too fast. It was premeditated. Encountering this unforeseen event, Huang Songpu did not have the slightest hesitation, continuing to lead the troops forward bravely. Even if the 2 forces of the Longxiang army succeeded in breaking through the formation, their own side only had 10,000 elite infantrymen stationed in the main camp. There was absolutely no hidden danger of the camp being blown up. Once both sides turned their horses around and charged again, the several hundred heavy cavalry hidden in the left camp, whose strength was closest to the king's iron cavalry, would only need to seize this opportunity to charge out, and perhaps they would be able to completely crush one of the Longxiang army units. If the charging formation of the 2 Beiliang cavalry forces was full of craftiness, then the fierce collision between the 2 armies was a direct clash without any hesitation. First, Huang Songpu's group of light cavalry sped up and passed through the gap. They hurled their javelins. These light cavalry soldiers were all outstanding warriors of the Southern Dynasty's border army. Within 50 steps, the power of the javelins was countless times stronger than the horse bows. Almost immediately, the 300 Longxiang army riders fell off their horses and died on the spot. However, the first row of the Beiliang cavalry continued to advance side by side. Everyone's face was cold, and they were afraid of dying first. No matter what the other armies in the world were like, this principle had been passed down by the Sioux family soldiers from the spring and autumn period of the Central Plains all the way to the northwest frontier fortress. It had been passed down for a full 40 years. After throwing the javelins, the Beimang light cavalry either pulled out their blades or threw their lassos. Facing the row of spears, they were similarly fearless. Fighting for life and death with the Beiliang frontier army, how to survive, the Baimang's Southern Dynasty border army had also experienced a full 20 years. With just a brush of the shoulder, close to 1,000 Baimang light cavalry soldiers were killed on the backs of their horses with a single spear strike. Those light cavalry soldiers still had to face the iron spears of the Longxiang army behind them. It was destined to be a tragic ending with less than 1 in 10 surviving. This was the true meaning of cavalry clashing. There were no horse bows shooting at each other, and no fancy moves. Because of the resolute sacrifice of this row of light cavalry, the first clash of spears between the Liangmang side gave Huang Songpu's heavy cavalry an innate advantage. Huang Songpu and the close to 100 personal retainers by his side all knocked the enemy off their horses with a single spear strike without any suspense. When cavalry clashed, those who fell off their horses would undoubtedly die. This was the iron law of the border pass. When cavalry charged, the iron spear formation was extremely taboo to pierce through the enemy's body. Even if one could quickly pull it out, it would still delay the opportunity. On the line of life and death, there was no room for any carelessness. Moreover, the two armies chiseled at each other, not just one row of vanguards. Otherwise, where did the word chisel come from? At the same time, one needed to gather as much energy as possible to ensure one's survival in the end. The cavalry army under Great General Huang Songpu's direct command was, after all, one of the top elites in the Southern Dynasty border army. Apart from the first row of light cavalry suffering heavy casualties, the following 3 rows of heavy cavalry were only at a slight disadvantage in the exchange of casualties with the Liuzhou Longxiang army. Without a sound, the last row of heavy cavalry was at the very back. The 4 rows of light cavalry passed by the vanguard and quickly advanced. Because Huang Songpu knew that on the battlefield, the last breath could not be lost. Among the 10,000 dragon elephant army on the left wing, a middle-aged general with a scholarly appearance acted as the leader and brazenly opened the formation. The cavalry at the front of this kind of formation were all vanguard battalion daredevils, and would die the earliest and fastest. The Baimang West Front Army was not unfamiliar with this person. After the battle 10 days ago, they hated him even more. Probably in the entire Beiliang Frontier Army, only this person could be so unique. He held an iron spear in his hand, a sword hanging from his waist, and halberd pouches hanging from both sides of the saddle. It was the valiant and good at fighting in the Beiliang Frontier Army, the Deputy General of the Longxiang Army, Li Mofan. Chapter 1924. The breakthrough point of these 10,000 riders was precisely Huang Songpu's Central Army and Longguan's Jia noble family's direct line of command cavalry. Probably because nobody expected that the Northern Liang border cavalry would avoid direct battle, the 10,000 riders cutting through the formation appeared to be like a hot knife cutting through bamboo, like a knife cutting through tofu, with ease and ease. The other group of dragon elephant light cavalry penetrated in even more easily. A few groups of cavalry gathered from the Southern Dynasty's families rushed out of the camp, so there was a gap between them and the Central Army formation. In an instant, the 10,000 cavalry sliced through a large portion of them from the flank, actually killing over 1,000 cavalry. If it was said that a frontal clash of 10,000 people from both sides killing over 1,000 enemies wasn't that surprising. Even on Liangmang's battlefield, which was used to fighting to the death, it couldn't be considered tragic. However, in this kind of pure charging formation, the side with the advantage in numbers losing over 1,000 people was a little preposterous. It was enough to see that the Baimang Southern Dynasty border army's second-class elites met the Longxiang army that was once hailed as the #1 light cavalry in Liangzhou's border army. Even if the Baimang cavalry had a strong desire to fight and didn't show any signs of fear, they were still powerless. If it was said that the Longxiang army's left and right-wing cavalry avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial was already inconceivable, then the Longxiang army's following actions made the Baimang's western main force feel even more confused. After breaking through each other's formation, they should have turned their horses around and launched a second charge. This was the true meaning of the 20 years of Liangmang cavalry war. However, a scene that made the Baimang's left and right wing cavalry flabbergasted happened. Under the leadership of Li Mofin and another Long Xiang army deputy general, 20,000 cavalry actually charged straight for Baimang's main camp. Bailiang's iron hooves easily broke through the Baimang camp's simple and crude horse barricade. After entering the main camp, they were extremely familiar with the path, as if they were strolling in their own backyard. The light cavalry charged straight in without any hesitation. The two currents gradually merged together and charged towards the weak supply camp at the back. In comparison, the Long Xiang army that clashed with Huang Songpu's central army suffered the most losses and their speed was also the slowest. Both sides left over 2,000 bodies on the battlefield. The Long Xiang army had slightly over 2,000, while the Baimang had close to 3,000. This exchange was already enough to be called heroic. Huang Songpu, whose armor was covered in blood, had already stopped his horse and stood at the end, shaking off the blood on his lance. The old general turned his horse around and stared with his eyes wide open. He instantly understood the Long Xiang army's true intentions and roared, "Wanyan Yin Jiang. Don't bother about the enemy's left and right wings. Do your best to tie down this central army and don't let them escape into the camp." The two cavalry camps of Baimang were already sullen. Originally, after passing by the two groups of generals and elephants, they were going to continue forward and meet up with Huang Songpu's army. However, after hearing the old general's roar, from Wanyan Yinjiang who was born in Longguan to the generals under him, they all realized that today's battle was destined to be different from the past. As a result, they didn't care about their formation and quickly turned around. The cavalry at the back that hadn't missed the Long Xiang army by a hair's breadth started to move diagonally forward, attempting to cut the middle Long Xiang army inch by inch like chopping a snake. Once a cavalry army lost their formation, they would also lose their speed to a large extent. After falling into a quagmire, they could only wait helplessly for death. There was no doubt that the Long Xiang army was brave and skilled in battle. However, they weren't immortals that were invincible and couldn't remain invincible under such circumstances. Facing such a predicament, the Long Xiang army in the middle didn't hesitate to cut their wrists. The 1,000+ cavalry on the two wings spread out at the first moment, creating a large distance between them and the cavalry in the middle. This was to delay the charge of the Baimang cavalry on the two sides. The 1,000 Long Xiang army cavalry that changed their formation were using their lives in exchange for the stability of the main force's formation. The 1,000 cavalry on the two sides that kept moving away from the main force ran with all their might. Under the urging of the Long Xiang army's cavalry, the warhorses didn't care about stamina at all. It was like moths flying into a flame. There were Dragon Elephant Army light cavalry who were continuously stabbed off the backs of their horses by the Northern Mang cavalry spears. Then, with a light swipe of the war blades of the Northern Mang barbarians behind them, they would be beheaded. Some were pulled off the backs of their horses by the Baimang cavalry and dragged along the way. Their bodies were badly mutilated. The 1,000 Long Xiang army cavalry that didn't form a system and fought on their own were doomed to die in the face of the endless Baimang enemy. One of the cavalry was stabbed in the shoulder by a Baimang spear. While he was on the verge of falling, he still managed to stab the neck of the enemy cavalry in front of him. However, he was quickly knocked off his horse by the next Baimang barbarian. In the end, before his body landed on the ground, a third Baimang cavalry with superb equestrian skills bent down and chopped his head off. They couldn't stop them. Huang Songpu, who was leading the main force to turn around and fight again, sighed heavily. The old general didn't think that the Long Xiang army's true goal this time was actually the supply camp, which was an important source of food. He also didn't think that they would be so familiar with the internal arrangements of his own camp. Therefore, everything happened too quickly. The two flanks of the Long Xiang army's formation, the main force's formation in the middle, and the sacrifice of the 1,000 Long Xiang army cavalry were all like this. This Baimang old general who had outstanding military achievements was caught off guard. Huang Songpu suddenly turned his head to look. The sound of horse hooves and dust flew everywhere. Huang Songpu said to a retainer beside him in a deep voice, "Pass down the order. All the infantry in the camp are to leave the camp and get into formation in the south of the camp. Order the left camp to chase after the Longxiang army with us in the middle. Go around the camp and delay the enemy as soon as possible. Don't be greedy. If the Longxiang army tries to split up and retreat to Qingsang City, kill one of the cavalry units nearby. Also, let Wanyan Yinjiang lead the troops to intercept the 10,000 cavalry behind us. They should be the cavalry of Liuzhou's General Ko Jianghuai. They are mostly young and strong, with some of Liangzhou's border troops mixed in. Their combat strength isn't worth mentioning." Huang Songpu suddenly added, "Oh right, tell Wanyan Yinjiang to be careful. Su Longxiang might be hiding in Ko Jianghuai's army. There's no need to worry about anything else." At the same time, a middle-aged man beside Huang Songpu smiled and said, "If the general is still worried, I'll go to Wanyan Yinjiang's side and ask for advice from that enemy of 10,000 people, Su Longxiang." Huang Songpu glanced at the second head of the Zhong family and nodded. Chapter 1925. After Zhong Liang left, Huang Songpu, this veteran general who had been through hundreds of battles, didn't feel discouraged at all. He didn't feel any heartache over the loss of a supply camp that didn't affect the overall situation. The Southern Dynasty's strong foundation could withstand such losses. As long as the Central Army and left camp cavalry successfully intercepted a portion of the Longxiang army, even if they only needed 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry, it would be a small victory for their side. A small victory in the truest sense of the word, and not a small victory as described by the peace decree. In order to ensure that they could catch up to the Longxiang army that was slaughtering their way through the supply camp, Huang Songpu and the Longxiang army's elite cavalry went around the camp to the north. The Longxiang army couldn't possibly escape all the way to the north. They had to return south to Qingsang. If the Longxiang army's cavalry dared to escape from the pursuit, they would be seeking their own death. They could only be caught like a turtle in a jar by the Southern Dynasty's army that still had the advantage in numbers. Once Wanyan Yinjiang's elite cavalry destroyed the Ko Jianghuai reinforcements, victory would be in their grasp. This camp would become the graveyard of 20,000 Longxiang army soldiers. Huang Songpu believed that the deputy general of the Longxiang army, Li Mofan, wouldn't be so muddle-headed. In reality, the movements of the Longxiang army that broke into the enemy camp were all within Huang Songpu's expectations. The Dragon Elephant Light Cavalry of the three cavalry forces naturally cut down the Baimang supply camp without any suspense. They killed anyone they saw and burned any rations they saw. Afterwards, they left the camp from the north. They didn't split up, but maintained their formation and went south along the left side of the Baimang camp. Coincidentally, they met the 38,000 Qilong Pass beef cavalry. There were still 16,000 elite cavalry under Huang Songpu's direct command. After making a slight detour, they began to gallop over from the rear. Further south, Baimang's Western Army's infantry also began to move out of the camp and into formation. They were already moving to the right to intercept the Bailiang cavalry that was able to smoothly drill their way south. Further south, 20,000-plus elite cavalrymen of the A-ranked noble clans were facing off against the 10,000 Bailiang cavalrymen under Ko Jianghuai. According to the current situation, if the main force of the Longxiang army wanted to cross the three lines of defense and avoid the pursuit of Huang Songpu's elite cavalry, they would have to pay a heavy price. When Wanyan Yinjiang urged his horse forward, he was really proud of himself. He was already imagining himself holding the head of Bailiang Su Longxiang in one hand and the head of Ko Jianghuai in the other. He was already imagining himself stepping into the Western Imperial Palace where the Emperor was sitting on the dragon throne. He was going to become the first general of the Western Imperial Army to be conferred the title of King and Marquis by virtue of his military achievements. This person in his prime couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bailiang's Huang Manor, Ko Jianghuai. Where are your heads? Liuzhou's Linyao and Fengxiang towns were surnamed Beiliang Su or Beimang's Murong. They almost changed their city flags. Originally, Malyoka, who was the deputy general of Liuzhou and also held the military power of Fengxiang garrison, was originally a local tyrant of Fengxiang. He was forced to rely on Mount Qingliang because of the circumstances. Afterwards, he was capricious and had many connections with the spider web. Finally, last year, he was surrounded and annihilated by the Dragon Elephant Army's Deputy General Wang Lingbao. Malyoka's personal cavalry was almost wiped out. Kai Anshan, who was the mayor of Linyao military town, was much more obedient. Furthermore, Chao Wei's cavalry passed by Linyao military town twice, and Xie Shibian took over Malyoka's command of the two towns. Kai Anshan completely closed his doors to visitors and retired from the officialdom. Under such circumstances, the newly appointed deputy general of Liuzhou, Xie Shibian, who was supposed to lead 20,000 monk soldiers from Mount Lantuo to Qingcang City, suddenly split up his troops when he was halfway to Mount Fengxiang and Linyao. He personally led half of the monk soldiers back to Mount Fengxiang, while the remaining 10,000 monk soldiers were handed over to the Bodhisattva of 6 Pearls to be stationed in Linyao. The female Bodhisattva of Mount Lantuo did not have any objections to this. After all, the 20,000 monk soldiers to reinforce Qingcang City was the decision made by Qingliang Mountain and the Protectorate General. Without the young lords or Chu Lushan's personal orders, the fixed route could not be changed. Now, whether it was Mount Lantuo or herself, they were all tied together with the Su family. She did not dare to do anything unnecessary. If she delayed the battle, a Beiliang newcomer Xie Shibian could atone for his crime with his death. However, she would implicate thousands of believers in the western region and fall into a miserable situation. Because of this, she had a tit-for-tat argument with the young deputy general. She did not know the meaning of wasting 20,000 monk soldiers in 2 towns far away from the main battlefield of Qingcang City. Could it be that it was a common occurrence in the spring and autumn unjust war? But Xie Shibian, did you really think that these 20,000 monk soldiers were your direct troops? Did you want to maintain your dignity and wait for the right price to sell? At that time, Xie Shibian only calmly told her that the battlefield was ever-changing. Linking the western region and Beiliang's Linyao and Fengxiang town seemed to be the icing on the cake and dispensable. However, under some special circumstances, it was very likely to become the breakthrough point for Beiliang's surprise troops. Not only could it be used as a dangerous pass to cut off the retreat route of Yulwan's Dao division's Youqi and Chao Wei's cavalry, but it could also allow the Southern Dynasty's border army, which had never been a problem in terms of military strength, to comfortably rely on the 2 towns to expand their attack line to Qingcang City. Originally, the 2 towns were not enough to become the turning point of the war in Liuzhou. However, the current situation in Liuzhou highlighted the potential strategic significance of the 2 towns. It really allowed the old strategy of Beiliang's strategist, Li Shan, to play a role. Chapter 1926. The female Bodhisattva had a profound understanding of Buddhism, but she knew that she was not good at military affairs, especially when Xie Shibian was a young military master who shone in the Guangling Taoist battlefield. She admitted that she could not convince him, but she did not dare to put the safety of Buddhism in the western region in the hands of that young man. Faced with Xie Shibian's insistence, she could only propose a compromise, which was for them to bring 20,000 monk soldiers to the military town of Linyao. At the same time, a middle-aged monk with a hidden identity who had the Vajra divine ability of Buddhism would rush to the provincial governor's mansion in Qingcang City as a scout to report this matter. What she meant was that even if Mount Qingliang and the Protectorate General's office could not respond in time, as long as the provincial governor's mansion agreed, she would agree to Xie Shibian's plan. However, Xie Shibian told her bluntly that in Qingcang City of Liuzhou, provincial governor Yang Guangdou, and even Qin Shiliang did not dare to make a decision on this matter. Moreover, they might not be able to make it in time. Thus, the 2 of them fell into a stalemate. In the end, it was a handsome gerfalcon that pierced through the clouds and stopped on Xie Shibian's arm. The Battle of Liuzhou had already begun, and the Battle of Liangzhou was about to begin. However, under these circumstances, this gerfalcon, which was personally cultivated by Chu Lushan and had followed the young king all these years, actually used the young Xie Shibian, who was far away from the two battlefields, as its only contact. At that moment, she had mixed feelings and was speechless. Xie Shibian told her in a low voice, "I will take responsibility for this matter." The young man added, "The king of Beiliang also believes that the deputy general of Liuzhou, Xie Shibian, can take responsibility for this matter." Only then did she tacitly agree to his deployment of troops. The 20,000 strong and fearless monk soldiers of Mount Lantuo split up and entered the two towns of Fengxiang and Linyao. At this moment, the female bodhisattva, who was dressed in a white kasaya but had a head full of black hair, stood on the city wall of Linyao. She looked at the 10,000 elite soldiers of Beimang outside the city, escorted by thousands of cavalrymen, and felt relieved. She had made the right bet. Beimang did intend to ambush the two towns. Even someone like her who didn't know much about military affairs knew that the weak military strength that was continuously transferred out from the two towns was not enough to defend the two towns. She had some general understanding of some of the main elites of Liang Mang's border armies, for example, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and White Horse Crossbowmen outside Liangzhou Pass, Yan Wenluan's infantry within Yuzhou, and the Longxiang army in Liuzhou. She had heard of the Northern Mang's Southern Dynasty's Dongzhuo's infantry that was said to be able to wrestle with Yozhou's infantry, as well as that fatty Dong's Crow Cage, the Chang cavalry that had already been wiped out in Lu province, the Ruren cavalry that had now been disbanded, and so on. Apart from these, there were also some troops that she was not unfamiliar with. Among them, there were the infantry brigade of Beimang's Southern Dynasty border army. Everyone knew that the grassland cavalry had been harming the Central Plains for nearly 800 years, but they had never heard that there were troops and horses that were good at attacking cities. They had always either bypassed those impregnable passes and high cities, or the grassland cavalry had always taken the initiative to seek out the main force of the Central Plains border army and annihilate them in one fell swoop, causing those border cities to lose their original strategic significance. However, things were different in Beimang now. Other than Dongzhuo's private army, which was mostly made up of infantry, the Southern Dynasty border army had a special kind of troops stationed in several military towns. They were the infantry brigade. They were definitely different from ordinary infantry, and their treatment was not inferior to the heavy armored infantry in the history of the Central Plains. They were the true soldiers of the Empress of Beimang. Li Shan once described this troop as follows: "The infantry brigade of the Southern Dynasty of Beimang is the result of the painstaking efforts of the king of the Southern Courtyard, Huang Songpu. They go up and down the hillsides, enter and exit the streams, and are the best at climbing high and traveling light. In the deep and dangerous valleys, they use the infantry brigade more often. Their ability to attack cities is not inferior to the top elite soldiers of the Central Plains." She gently exhaled, and her eyes instantly turned cold. She casually threw an armored corpse high out of the city. It was Kai Anshan, the Linyao city's Mu, who was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Beimang obviously came prepared. They had already convinced Kai Anshan to submit to the Southern Dynasty. With them working from the inside and outside, how could Linyao defend the town? Before entering the city, Xie Shibian told her to keep an eye on Kai Anshan. As long as there was any movement, it was better to kill the wrong person than not kill at all. She didn't even look at the corpse that fell heavily to the ground. She muttered, "I used to think that the so-called godly use of troops in military books were just boasting by historians who used to be scholars. Now it seems that I was a frog at the bottom of the well." Not only did that youngster foresee Northern Mang's intentions to encroach on the two towns, through that gerfalcon, he gave the order to Chao Wei's cavalry that they didn't need to provide support to Yulwan's Blade Division's Yuzhou cavalry in Southern Dynasty's hinterland, but rather quickly return the way they came, and then wipe out all of the Northern Mang border army that infiltrated Lu province's border. Such courage and decisiveness really made her, who was on the same side, feel terrified. Just in case, when things came to a head, one was one. However, that Lu Province Deputy General just happened to be able to return this chance to Northern Mang exactly as it was. She did not feel that this was a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Among those who practiced martial arts, there were also exceptional geniuses who were unparalleled. It was the same for those who used troops. They became heroes that never appeared in the world. On the city wall of the Phoenix Legion town in Bailiang, which was the furthest out of the 3 towns in the west, Xie Shibian was wearing armor. His hand pressed on his cold blade, and his expression was cold. Even in such attire, this scholarly-looking young man gave one the feeling of a scholar. In a voice that only he could hear, he said in a low voice, "Ko Jianghuai, you said in your early years that one day in a cavalry battle, you would fight as if you were using your cavalry to bully your infantry." The evaluation of the Liang dynasty was that since the Dafeng dynasty, he was called a Confucian general. He used the spring and autumn weapon armor Yi Baikue to win. After him, it was Chen Jibao. After Chen Jibao, Xie Shibian was the top Confucian general. The 3 of them each had their own strengths, and there was no difference in strength. Maybe because Xie Shibian was the only one who was still alive and held a high position in the imperial court, such a conclusion might not have been able to convince the masses. Even so, Xie Shibian's position in the hearts of the future strategists was already enough. Regarding this matter, Xie Shibian, who was in his twilight years, could only laugh to his close friends. In terms of using troops, I am far from Ko Jianghuai. Xie Shibian, Ko Jianghuai. De Chu's twin jade annulus. Today, he was Bailiang's twin jade annulus. Chapter 1927. For a cavalry army that didn't have the advantage in numbers to try and break through the 3 lines of defense that were tightly connected, especially when 2 of the lines of defense had large-scale cavalry forces, under normal circumstances, it was no different from a fool's dream. If one added on the fact that there were close to 20,000 elite cavalry chasing after them, the situation could probably be described as a land of death. It was precisely under this type of extremely dangerous situation that the Longxiang army that was charging south began to change their formation. The vanguard cavalry that had most of their spears and lances destroyed slightly pulled back the front line. With Li Mofen at the head, everyone pulled out their blades and formed a conical formation. It was clear that they wanted to use the fastest speed to break through the Yi Longguan family's 38,000 cavalry. At the same time, roughly in the middle of the Longxiang army's formation, a clear dividing line was stretched out. The 10,000 or so young and strong cavalry that slowed down their warhorses were gathered at the back. Almost everyone had a spear and lances in their hands. In a normal cavalry formation, rows of spears and lances were laid out horizontally in a swift and fierce line. The former formation was more used to tear apart the enemy's formation, at the same time slowing down the speed of the Baimang cavalry to the greatest extent. The latter's vicious charge was more of a life-and-death struggle. Under the personal leadership of the Baimang Great General, Huang Songpu's cavalry did not charge forward with all their might. Instead, when the Longxiang army changed their formation also quietly changed. The center of the cavalry formation was thinner and the 2 wings were thicker. First, they suffered the most losses. Adding on to the fact that they had circled around to the north of the main camp to cut off the path of the Longxiang army, the cavalry and warhorses were a little tired. After a spurt of energy, they needed to use this opportunity to recover their strength. Furthermore, they worked together with the cavalry of the Yi High School of the South to form a pincer attack from the north. If they charged too quickly and met with the cavalry that passed through the Longxiang army's formation, it would create an awkward situation where they collided with each other. Therefore, Huang Songpu's cavalry were like a flood meeting a pillar in the middle of a river. They intentionally gave up a large area in the north to allow their allies to turn around. When the time came, the 2 cavalry forces that naturally gathered together would be able to form a perfect formation with both wings thick and heavy. Together with the cavalry formation that was formed by the soldiers that came out of the camp, they would definitely be able to deal considerable damage to the Longxiang army that had been defeated time and time again. However, Beiliang's Liuzhou border army was already showing signs of complete annihilation. After Ko Jianghuai's cavalry and Wang Yanjiang's 20,000 cavalry clashed, the situation took a turn for the worse. The 20,000 Southern Dynasty's elite troops originally thought that it would be a simple battle where they would be able to obtain great military merits. Who would have thought that after the clash, they would be completely defeated? Ko Jianghuai and a young general wearing a strange red armor were neck to neck, and their momentum was unstoppable. The two cavalry were like this, and the 10,000 cavalry behind them were even more so. If not for Zhongliang, who was hiding beside Wang Yanjiang, saving him, Wang Yanjiang would have been pierced through the chest by the young man wearing the red armor. If not for the fact that the young man who won the title of Enemy of 10,000 in the Liangmang battlefield did not have any desire to fight, even if Zhongliang wanted to protect the second in command of the Longguan aristocrat clan, it would not be easy. However, Zhongliang, who was in the middle of the battlefield, was also scared witless. How could these 10,000 cavalry be Beiliang's last-ranked cavalry? They were worthy of being the main force of the Longxiang army. Wang Yanjiang's 20,000 elite cavalry were like a piece of silk that was torn apart by a sharp weapon. After the clash, more than 3,000 of them were lying on the ground. This kind of heavy injury was simply unimaginable. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Wang Yanjiang's elite cavalry was mysteriously unable to withstand a single blow, and it directly caused the hearts of the Beiliang's western infantry to waver. This was because as long as the Longxiang army from the north smoothly went south, it would form a situation where two cavalry armies would attack one infantry army from the north and south. This was enough to be fatal to the large formation where only the last-ranked men on the grassland would be reduced to infantry. In an instant, the situation changed, and victory and defeat changed hands. Although the 40,000 cavalry gathered at the Yi gate of the Longguan Pass still gritted their teeth and tried to stop the Longxiang army from going south, when faced with the 25,000 Beiliang cavalry, they naturally didn't have the strength to do so. The iron spear of Li Mofan, who had killed no less than 30 enemy cavalry, had long broken apart. The 40 or so halberd pouches on both sides of his saddle had even been used up. Of the 40 or so corpses in northern Mang supply camp, all of them had a short halberd stuck in their heads. Li Mofan, who was the vanguard of the cavalry formation, was the first to successfully kill his way through the enemy's formation. This deputy general of the Longxiang army seemed to have 25,000 Longxiang army cavalry behind him, but in reality, it was less than 15,000 cavalry. This was because there were 10,000 Ko Jianghuai's troops that were far weaker than the Dragon Elephant cavalry. Those 10,000 outstanding vagrant youths, who had been conserving their strength from start to finish, were left with the corpses of the Beimang cavalry wherever their long spears passed. Ko Jianghuai's sneaky substitution was precisely the key to this battle that gave the Beimang cavalry a feeling of absurdity from start to finish. In reality, these 10,000 people had been following behind the left wing's two groups of Dragon Elephant light cavalry from start to finish. From breaking through the enemy's formation to entering the camp, and then to now heading south, their losses were negligible. In the early stages of the battle, the two wings of the Longxiang army broke through the enemy's formation too easily, so the Beimang didn't see through their identities. As a result, on the current battlefield, the Beimang army was in an incomparably awkward and comical situation. The southernmost Wang Yanjiang's cavalry was beaten to the point where not a single bit of their energy was left. From the main general to the ordinary cavalry, everyone was panicking and at a loss. Then, there was the infantry formation that had yet to completely solidify. The top-notch infantry of the Northern Mang and Southern Dynasty's border army, more than 20,000 infantry soldiers, had already been deployed to launch a surprise attack on Phoenix Town and Linyao Town. This infantry army that had hurriedly left the camp and formed the formation were mostly clad in light leather armor. After all, they were not the heavy armored infantry that specialized in facing the grassland cavalry in the history of the Central Plains. Moreover, the original intention of this infantry army was to attack Qingzhang City in Lu Province. How could they possibly be used to resist the frontal assault of the Northern Liang cavalry? For this type of infantry and cavalry battle, the Beimang infantry, be it in terms of equipment or training, were all abnormally immature. The men of the Northern Mang grassland had always been the weakness of the men of the Northern Mang grassland. They were naturally unfamiliar with the heavy crossbows that they were not used to. Suddenly, they had to stand still and face the charge of the Northern Liang cavalry. It was easy to imagine the extreme discomfort they felt. Further north was the Yi High School cavalry that had brushed shoulders with the Long Xiong army. The northernmost was the Huang Song Pu cavalry that had given up their corps. The perfect defensive line that should have been united was now in tatters. Beimang still had the advantage in numbers, but the morale of the Liang Mang side was like heaven and earth. Li Mofen raised his head and looked at the Kojianghuai cavalry that was a Beimang infantry formation. That was the true main force of the Long Xiong army. The corner of this general's mouth twitched as he raised his cold blade and lightly spun it. The 10,000 dragon elephant light cavalry behind him didn't even bother about the infantry formation. They circled around the formation and easily went down south. When Li Mofen heard a voice, he suddenly turned his head in shock. After the frontal collision, there were still 8,000 strong refugees behind him. One of them actually charged straight at the Beimang infantry formation, his spear pointing forward as he furiously hollered, "Liuzhou cavalry. May the dead die. Follow me to death." Li Mofen, whose face was cold, slowed down his horse, turning his head to look towards the north. Was that fellow crazy? The start and end of today's battle was due to Kojianghuai's careful planning. Originally, everything was within Kojianghuai's calculations. However, that Liuzhou general didn't allow the refugees to die on their own accord. One must know that such bold actions would result in military merits after the battle. Based on Beiliang military law, a light punishment would be a demotion in rank, and a heavy punishment would be beheading in public. In Li Mofen's field of vision, he saw that when that rider was about to collide with the Northern Mang infantry's barricade spears, he suddenly tightened his reins. That A-ranked warhorse from the silken pasture suddenly leapt high into the air. It jumped over the first 2 rows of spears that were slanted forward, crashing into both the man and the horse. The heavy fall of the horse's iron hooves trampled a Beimang infantry soldier to death on the spot. The war horse that couldn't bear the heavy burden had its knees broken. That Liuzhou cavalry viciously thrust out his spear, piercing through the chests of 3 infantry soldiers in a row. After landing, the Liuzhou cavalry held his spear with both hands and charged forward. Behind him, the vanguard of the cavalry faced the Beimang cavalry formation that was shining with a cold light. The men and horses didn't retreat at all, charging straight ahead. Those Beiliang war horses were stabbed to death by the sharp spears. When the cavalry faced the infantry formation that was waiting for them, the vanguard cavalry would definitely die. This was the only way to break the infantry formation bit by bit. Apart from using the lives of the cavalry and war horses, there was no other shortcut. 8,000 Liuzhou cavalry, charge! In the end, not a single one of them followed the Long Xiong army back to the south. On the first row of Northern Mang's infantry's barricade horse infantry formation, many of Lu Province's troops were hung with corpses. Chapter 1928. Some of the spears even had 2 corpses hanging on them. Under such an endless barrage, the infantry formation had no choice but to retreat. Under the great inertia of the warhorse's charge, many of the barricade lances were snapped. Even though many of Flo Province's cavalry were shot to death by heavy crossbows, many warhorses still relied on the inertia to charge into the formation. There were already Northern Mang soldiers who were directly smashed to death within the formation. When had this Beimang infantry formation seen such a cavalry charge that did not care about casualties? The originally dense and stable formation was finally on the verge of collapsing. If this infantry formation was the type of heavy armored infantry born to counter grassland cavalry on the map of the Central Plains, the type of heavy infantry formation whose armor and tactics were at the peak of perfection, then under the premise of stacking up the formation, the long spears and many rows of shields stacked up the defensive thickness, supported by the rotation of bows and crossbows. Then even if this Liuzhou cavalry messed up the front line fearlessly, just the warhorse corpses that continuously fell to the ground were enough to form a new natural defensive line. At the same time, the entire formation moved back dozens of steps in an orderly manner, similarly not hesitating to use their lives in exchange for buffer time and strategic space. Then, even if the formation couldn't be as firm as it was at the start, its destructive power towards the charging cavalry was still shocking. Unfortunately, this was not the Battle of Miyun Pass. The Beimang infantry commander was also not Xie Shibian, who used the horse blocking tactic to perfection. At this moment, after the horse barricade spear formation at the front was completely shattered, together with the chaos created by the Flo province cavalry who was the first to charge into the formation, the northern Mang crossbow infantry at the back were completely at a loss, not knowing how to respond at all. What was even more fatal was outside of this bloody battlefield. The Dragon Elephant cavalry under Li Mofan did not turn around to help the Liuzhou cavalry. Instead, they went down south, charging towards Wan Yanninjiang's cavalry who was trying to support the infantry formation. The main force of the Ko Jianghuai and Su Longxiang personally led the Dragon Elephant cavalry did not hesitate to charge towards the back of the infantry formation. Li Mofan did not turn around to look at the corpse-piled battlefield. He was not unfamiliar with that young Liuzhou cavalry general. His name was Chi Fu Longguan. It seemed like he was a lucky person that the young king personally brought from Beimang to Beiliang. At the start, he was a sergeant in the Longxiang army. Later on, he was promoted to a captain in Fuling military town. During the first battle of Liangmang, it was precisely this captain who messed up the meticulous plan of both sides of Liangmang to lure the enemy in and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. This made Beiliang Governor-General Chu Lushan and the then southern Great King Dongzhuo not know whether to laugh or cry. That was why this young man's name immediately shook Liangzhou Pass. After the battle ended, because the Longxiang army suffered heavy casualties on the Liuzhou battlefield, at the same time, Ko Jianghuai, as the Liuzhou general in name, also needed his own troops. Chi Fu Longguan was transferred from Fuling military town to Liuzhou, becoming one of the 3 captains under Ko Jianghuai. Li Mofan could not help but think that this young man was indeed a troublemaker. He even planned that if this kid was lucky enough to survive, he would most likely not be able to become an official. Otherwise, when the time came, he would thicken his skin and plead with the young king to at least preserve this kid's life. Then, he would secretly throw him under his command to become a personal commander. Under the reinforcement of the Longxiang army's main force, the originally tottering Beimang infantry formation, from the initial 20,000 people, was now reduced to less than 10%. Once the infantry formation was broken by the cavalry, this was the case. However, out of the 8,000 Liuzhou cavalry, only 3,000 remained. That young cavalry general covered in blood at Chi Fu Longguan. He was picked up from the pile of corpses by Su Longxiang, who was like a death god. The two of them rode together back to the south. The 3,000 Liuzhou cavalry that suffered heavy casualties retreated under the cover of Ko Jianghuai's main force Dragon Elephant cavalry. Under the intense charge of Li Mofan's Longxiang army, the formation of the cavalry under Wan Yanninjiang was broken. In the end, they were unable to form an encirclement with the main force of Huang Songpu in the north. They could only watch as the Liuzhou border army broke through the encirclement. On the way back to the south, after the White Horse crossbowmen reported that the Beimang main force had no intention of chasing, the Liuzhou army stopped to rest. Su Longxiang, Ko Jianghuai, and Li Mofan met up, standing together to feed their own horses. Li Mofan glanced at the young cavalry gathered together. After retracting his gaze, he looked at Ko Jianghuai, who had a serious expression. This battle can be considered a huge victory, right? The expected supply camp of the northern Mang barbarians has already been wiped out by us. As for the cavalry exchange, it's roughly 1 for 2, which is still within the acceptable range. Moreover, we even managed to wipe out Old Man Huang's infantry in one go. No matter how you look at it, we've profited from this. Ko Jianghuai nodded his head expressionlessly. Li Mofan sighed. Before, you said that in this battle, the Longxiang army would die first, followed by the vagrant cavalry. Apart from stopping Huang's Songpu, you could also use this to train the troops. Both sides would not be delayed, and in the final battle, those Liuzhou rookies would drag down the Longxiang army. However, after being tormented by that brat, although they died later, the number of casualties was too much. In the end, we lost 7,000 cavalry. Ko Jianghuai, what are you going to do next? You only have so few troops, can you do it? Su Longxiang suddenly said, allocate 7,000 dragon elephant cavalry to General Ko. Ko Jianghuai shook his head, no need. Su Longxiang said in a low voice, after the 7,000 cavalry are given to you, you don't need to return them. Ko Jianghuai laughed and said something that left everyone scratching their heads. If we were in the Guangling circuit, not to mention 7,000, I would accept 70,000, not return them even if you beat me to death. But here, forget it. Su Longxiang could not figure it out, so he did not bother to think about it. Li Mofan smiled knowingly. This Liuzhou general narrowed his eyes. My Ko Jianghuai has the 3,000 vagrant cavalry. It's enough. Li Mofan asked, how do we deal with that brat? I reckon that if we report the truth to the Governor-General, it will be terrible. Ko Jianghuai said indifferently, paper cannot cover fire. If we really want Chi-Fu Long Pass to live, we can only report the truth. Su Longxiang hesitated for a moment. Should I tell my brother? Ko Jianghuai shook his head, there's no point. Su Longxiang was silent. Among the 3,000 cavalry of Liuzhou, there was a young general sitting alone beside the hooves of a warhorse. His head was lowered, not daring to let others see his face full of tears. 8,000 Liuzhou cavalry, 8,000 were willing to die. Because of him, 5,000 of his fellow soldiers died. After the Liuzhou border army returned to their encampment, the atmosphere in the various tents was heavy. 2 urgent military orders, from the Huaiyang Pass Governor-General House and the North Jibei City General's residence, arrived at Qingcang City. Ko Jianghuai took the 2 military orders with the words Beiliang Governor-General and King of Beiliang on them and came to the encampment of the 3,000 Liuzhou cavalry. On the drill field, Ko Jianghuai walked up the stage and said loudly, Liuzhou Cavalry Governor-General Chi-Fu Long Pass, step out. The young general stepped out, his face calm. It was like he was on the battlefield, facing death with equanimity. Ko Jianghuai's face was expressionless as he opened up a military document and read it out slowly. Lu Prefecture's Lieutenant Chi-Fu Long Pass was greedy for merit and rashly advanced, resulting in the death of 5,000 Lu Prefecture cavalry. Beiliang Governor-General, Chu Lushan. The 3,000 Liuzhou cavalry all revealed an unbearable expression, their faces filled with grief and anger. Ko Jianghuai did not move at all, his eyes cold as he looked down at the drill field. The young general who was sentenced to death felt relieved, his eyes red as he lowered his head and cupped his fists. Chi-Fu Long Pass, yes sir. Ko Jianghuai's mouth twitched, suddenly asking with a smile, Beiliang Governor-General, in Beiliang, is that a high enough position? It is higher than the cavalry commander and infantry commander. The 2 Beiliang deputy judici are far from it, right? All the cavalrymen on the drill ground who were originally refugees were confused, especially those at Kifulong Pass. Ko Jianghuai took a step forward and started to read the second military order from North Jibei City. Since the beginning of the Su family cavalry, even if the camp did not have armor, blades, or horses, it was still iron cavalry. Liangzhou cavalry has 6 old camps, and Yuzhou had a new one last year. Reading up to this point, Ko Jianghuai paused slightly. Today, Liuzhou also has an iron cavalry camp. They are allowed to raise the camp flag and fight on the battlefield. Ko Jianghuai held the military order tightly and took another step forward. After taking a deep breath, he said in a low voice, Liuzhou cavalry has a new camp, the direct collision camp. Chi Fu Long Pass, from Liuzhou cavalry captain to direct collision camp sergeant. As sergeant, you will lead this camp. King of Beiliang, Su Fengnian. Ko Jianghuai looked at the young general and shouted angrily, Chi Fu Long Pass. Yes, sir. Chi Fu Long Pass straightened his back, his voice trembling slightly as he shouted with all his might, Chi Fu Long Pass. You dare not to accept the order. Beiliang military law, Beiliang cavalry, as long as they wore armor, even if they met a general, they would never have to kneel. Ko Jianghuai put away the two military orders. For some reason, he thought of the young general's unintentional words during the battle. This Liuzhou general gritted his teeth and said word by word, Liuzhou iron cavalry. May the dead follow me in death. On the drill field, 3,000 times, may the dead follow. Chapter 1929. Before the six pearl bodhisattva parted ways with Xie Shibian, he had asked this deputy general of Liuzhou a question. Were you not afraid that Qingcang city would be lost because the 20,000 monk soldiers did not arrive in time to reinforce Liuzhou after the two of us defended Linyao and Fengxiang? At that time, Xie Shibian's answer was very interesting. With Ko Jianghuai there, it would be impossible. The Beiliang frontier army had always had the habit of being xenophobic. The deputy general of the infantry, great ancestor Gu, had already won a great reputation in the spring and autumn war. However, outside Liangzhou, he had never reached the level he should have. It was obvious that he had the support of the young feudal lord, but he could not change that awkward situation. Jean Partridge Zhou Kong once had a falling out with him in the military town of Grave Tomb. For example, as the deputy general of the infantry, if Qin Yinshui had something to discuss with the left and right cavalry of Liangzhou, or if he needed to borrow people, perhaps he did not even need to come personally. A letter would suffice. Even if he wanted to poach the cavalry, from Yuanzuozong to Hezhonghu and Zhou Kong, everyone would probably endure it. At most, they would laugh and scold him when they met. However, when it came to great ancestor Gu, even if he was a veteran general of the Spring and Autumn War who had a stable place in the military history and was known as the founder of the world situation theory, he would definitely not receive such treatment in the Beiliang frontier army. Not only great ancestor Gu, in fact, the younger generation Yul Wandao was also in a bad situation at the beginning. Therefore, he could only go from Liuzhou to Yuzhou, which was regarded as a cavalry general, and not directly climb up the ranks in Liangzhou. It should be known that before the Yuzhou cavalry won the series of battles outside Gourd Mouth, the Yuzhou cavalry had always been ridiculed by the arrogant Liangzhou frontier cavalry as the embroidered cavalry. In private, they laughed that they were the daughter of the old general Yan Wenluan. After the first battle of Liangmang, General Ko Jianghuai of Liuzhou, who was the neighbor of the Longxiang army, the Longxiang army needed to replenish its troops. Whether it was Hezhonghu, Zhou Kong, or even the young cavalry general Chao Wei, who had never been to the border, all of the Liangzhou frontier cavalry had to do as the young lord wished. Although the entire Beiliang officialdom knew that this person was a genius in the art of war who had made great achievements in Guangling, in the end, most of the troops and horses under his command were young and strong. It was also said that after Ko Jianghuai managed to gather a cavalry of 10,000 people, neither the Xinli pasture nor the Tianjing pasture in Lianglong were willing to give them good war horses. It was only because of the young lord's strict military order from Mount Qingliang that they did not give him inferior war horses. Ko Jianghuai was like this. In fact, Xie Shibian, who was also one of the twin jade annals of Dechu, was not much better. Before he was temporarily promoted to the position of Deputy General of Liuzhou, he had rushed to Miyun Pass with Chao Wei's elite cavalry. At that time, the cavalry under his command was of mixed origins. Most of them were the cavalry of Feng Xiang and Lin Yao, who were originally horse bandits of the western regions. Adding on the 2,000 to 3,000 cavalry recruited by Chai Dongdi and Han Wenbao, this kind of mixed group of soldiers and horses was something that even the Yuzhou cavalry, who were looked down upon by the Liangzhou frontier cavalry, looked down upon. Whether or not this kind of deep-rooted habit could be changed was related to the prestige of the new Liang prince. However, the relationship was not so big that it could be changed overnight. Moreover, the young lord seemed to have a confidence that bordered on arrogance. In reality, whether it was Yu Wandao, who had been promoted by He Zhonghu to be the second deputy general of the left cavalry, or Ko Jianghuai, who was not so worthy of the title of Liuzhou general, neither of them disappointed Bai Liang. Xie Shibian, who had already helped Chao Wei take Miyun Pass, was even more so. Before Xie Shibian led his troops into the Feng Xiang town, there were 2,000 soldiers guarding the town, half of them were refugees and half were Yuzhou infantry. Compared to the low walls of Qingcang City, the Defeng dynasty clearly placed more importance on the Feng Xiang town, which could be the first to reinforce the protectorate of the western regions. The city walls were definitely on the same scale as the prefectural cities of the Central Plains. Moreover, compared to the two ancient towns of Qingcang and Linyao, the Feng Xiang town, which had the same rank as the other two town officials, had more than 200 people, far more than the 120 people of Linyao and Qingcang City. Once the protectorate of the western regions further west could not control the 40 or so countries under its jurisdiction, every time there was a war, the nobles of the western regions would have to pass through the Feng Xiang town before choosing to enter the Central Plains through the old Beiliang or turn southeast to seek refuge in Shuzhou. Therefore, the history of the Feng Xiang town was like its city walls, much thicker than Qingcang and Linyao. Chapter 1930. If they didn't have the 10,000 monk soldiers from the western border serving as their backbone, facing the 10,000 southern dynasty infantry attacking the city, as well as the 3,000 cavalry waiting outside the city for an opportunity, Phoenix Soaring Town would have only been able to lay down a few more northern Mang barbarian corpses below the city walls and above the city walls. Phoenix Soaring Town would still have been lost. Northern Liang could only hand over this strategic location that covered a small half of the western regions. Perhaps after Lu Province suffered a great defeat to Huang Song's Pu tribe's western army, Phoenix Soaring Town and Linyao's gains weren't all that significant. However, as long as both sides were in a deadlock, whoever grasped these two towns had a high chance of changing the battle situation. One side needed to provide Yu Wandao and Chao Wei with a great rear, the other side could use this opportunity to gather troops from Gusai province to assist Huang Song's Pu tribe. Especially if the Liuzhou cavalry won by a fluke and still had the strength to break through the southern dynasty defense line and attack Gusai prefecture, then Beiliang losing two towns could be said to be a fatal mistake. The 10,000 southern dynasty infantrymen besieging the city could be said to be fearless of death. However, because this was a surprise attack where victory was within their grasp, they didn't bring along large amounts of supplies and siege weapons that would slow down their advance. As a result, even though Northern Mang believed that their siege power wasn't inferior to Northern Liang's Yuzhou and Liangji's southern dynasty infantrymen, it was extremely strenuous for them to fight. Even though the infantrymen under the city walls didn't have any geographical advantage at all, they still displayed astonishing accuracy. Many of the refugee youths who were truly participating in a battle for the first time, even though they were warned not to stick their heads out between the two rounds of arrows, many of their corpses could only be dragged down the horse path. Under the premise that Xiaxi did not use the monk soldiers of Mount Lantua, the groups of Dertadai warriors with shields and blades in their mouths attacked the city several times. Then, they were forced back time and time again by the Yuzhou infantry and refugee youths. From noon to dusk, the infantry paid close to 2,000 lives. More than half of them died on the city walls and were thrown down. During this period of time, Xie Shibian only let the strong and powerful monk soldiers participate in the defense twice. Twice only. Night battles were naturally not beneficial to the siege side. The infantry gave up after trying to attack the city once. They had attacked the top of the city many times, but were unable to break through. It was just like how the Grand Masters of the Jianghu were only one step away from breaking through. Naturally, they would not give up just like that. The second day was destined to be an even more tragic battle. The defenders were extremely silent. Everyone looked at the monk soldiers from Mount Lantua, especially the expressionless young commander. Their eyes were filled with grief and indignation. It was not that they were afraid of death, but as long as the young man with the surname Xia was willing to send 1,000 people to the front line, they could reduce the number of casualties. Even if there were only 500 people, it would be fine. That was why the next morning, when the northern Mang barbarians sounded the siege bugle horn, a high-ranking officer who left from Yozhou's infantry to serve as Phoenix Soaring Army's guardian general said something to Xia Shibian. Then, that middle-aged man whose shoulder was already penetrated by an arrow yesterday personally drew his blade and hurried to the battlefield. He had said that with a smile. "General Xia, don't worry. You can sit on the city wall and watch how the Beiliang frontier army repels the enemy. In the Liang army of the Central Plains, if one was a lieutenant or a general, they could be praised by others as a general. However, in Beiliang, only the old Prince Liang Su Shao had this honor. The cavalry and infantry Yuan Zuozong and Yan Wenluan could not. The new and old Beiliang governor-generals Chen Jibao and Chu Lushan could not either. Apart from the Yuzhou cavalry that they had fought side by side with outside the pass, the new Liang Prince Su Fengnian was rarely called a general. Most of the time, he was just called a prince. This was why Xia Shibian was called a general with his surname. He definitely did not have good intentions. As the deputy general of Liuzhou and the general directly under Fengxiang and Linyao, Xia Shibian did not seem to mind at all. His face was dark as he watched the general walk away. For the entire day, more than 2,000 wandering souls and wild ghosts were found by the Buba army in this foreign land. After the 10,000 infantry discussed with the cavalry general, they started to retreat. Of the 2,000 Beiliang border soldiers, only 600 were left. The general who had almost died on the city wall was dragged off his horse by a monk soldier. He spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed in the direction of the deputy general of Liuzhou, F***Ku Xia Shibian. The remaining 600 people, apart from less than 100 old Yuzhou soldiers, were all refugees and young adults. Both sides were filled with hatred for the young man who did not move from start to finish. Just as Beimang was about to retreat, Xia Shibian ordered. Xia Shibian had already ordered, "Monk soldiers, follow me out of the city. No matter the cost, hold them back for at least 6 hours." This kind of action of not doing anything during a battle and then taking credit after the battle had not been seen in the Beiliang border, where military law was like a mountain. Xia Shibian did not explain a word. The middle-aged monk from Lantua Mountain who had saved the general followed Xia Shibian down the city wall. He hesitated for a moment and finally asked, "General Xia, should we inform Linyao? Take them down along with the infantry." This martial monk was a top figure in Lantua Mountain. Whether it was in Buddhism or cultivation, he was very outstanding. One method could lead to 10,000 methods. Through the female bodhisattva's secret message, he knew that the Yulwan sword cavalry would turn around and help them stop the infantry. But for some reason, Xia Shibian shook his head, "No need." The monk could not understand, but he did not say anything. After all, Xia Shibian was the main general. The middle-aged monk had personally experienced the terror of Beiliang's military law. No matter how dissatisfied the 2,000 infantry were, no matter how close Xia Shibian was, they still fought to their deaths. He was just full of doubts. He had only heard of generals on the battlefield since ancient times. Other than a small group of people in history who were afraid that their achievements would shock the emperor, there were only a few who thought that their achievements were not great enough. This young man surnamed Xia was very strange. After Xia Shibian led the monk soldiers out of the city, he turned his head to look at the ruined city wall of Fengxiang and muttered to himself. Refugees, refugees, people of Liuzhou, exiled people. Surly, you are so ruthless in your use of troops, so amazing in your use of troops. 20 years ago, you were talking about war on paper, but it is still better than us fighting now. Chapter 1931. She hesitated for a moment and then said to herself with a miserable expression, after the Battle of Huluku, you ordered him to lead the cavalry to reinforce Yang Yuanzhan. I was very worried about the safety of this one-track mind. So behind your back, I successfully convinced father who had the same worries. I planned to help him enter one of the 2 iron cavalry of the king's tent and become the main general of the yellow heavy cavalry. But in the end, when father's operation had taken shape, that bastard Yellow Chukai would not agree no matter what. He said that if I forcefully moved him away from brother-in-law, he would run away from home. He might as well take off his armor and go to the Jianghu of the Central Plains by himself. Dong Zhuo clenched his fists. I only know about this now. Dong Zhuo looked into the distance. But if I had known earlier, and if Yellow Chukai had agreed, I definitely wouldn't have stopped him. But if he didn't want to leave, I wouldn't have persuaded him. Dong Zhuo continued, the men of my Dong army are the most sought-after soldiers in the entire grassland. No one is worried about their future. As long as they want to move, they will at least be promoted by 1 rank. However, after so many years of bitter battles, only a few outsiders have tried to join the Dong clan's army, taking pride in being a soldier of the Dong clan's army. No one has ever chosen to leave this army. Dong Zhuo suddenly smiled and corrected himself. I was wrong. In fact, there are a lot of people. Just like my brother-in-law, who died in battle. The men of the Dong family rode on swords and spears, dying on the back of the horse. Don't cry your heart out. Don't let your children be Dong family's men. She suddenly walked towards him and hammered his chest. In the end, Dong Zhuo, who had thick skin and iron armor, didn't feel anything. Her fist was instantly red and swollen. After that, she didn't cry or make a fuss. She took a deep breath and said softly, don't die in Huaiyang Pass. Don't die in Beiju City. If you really want to die, die in the South Sea of the Central Plains, which is the furthest from the grassland. That way, I won't be upset. Dong Zhuo grinned. Okay. She turned and left. I'm going back to Norland. You don't have to send me off. Perhaps it was the same as the little girl, Tao Manwu, who had once said at a young age, I only regret not being a man. Otherwise, I would definitely be a marquis of 10,000 households. This Northern Mang commandery princess, who had made the Northern Mang empress laugh to her heart's content with these words, did not dare to cry in front of her. After she walked away alone, Diwu Fox said worriedly, why do you insist on gnawing on Huaiyang Pass, such a tough bone without any meat? Isn't it better to leave it to Murong Baoding? His Majesty's left. If His Majesty. His. After all, the men of the grassland were not aquatic plants that grew every spring. They would grow again and again after being cut. Now that the grassland has lost its vitality, if Norland continues to push its luck, I'm afraid there will be internal strife. Even the gods can't fix such a big mess. When the time comes, I, Dong Zhuo, will be the one to suffer. The Beiliang Frontier Army will reap the benefits and make a great contribution. Dong Zhuo looked to the south. He was looking at Huda City, which had been destroyed by him. Further south was Huaiyang Pass, which had a natural advantage. It was funny. The grassland army of millions had been fighting with the Northern Liang for 20 years. When Old Tu was still alive, the number of times the border army of the Southern Dynasty had seen Huda City could be counted on one hand. It was not until Su Zhao's death that Dong Zhuo finally grasped power. Northern Mang's horse hooves had stepped on the ground to the south, but they had only advanced a little. But now, the 10,000 light cavalry of Bailiang's Yulwan Saber Division had followed the great Snow Dragon cavalry in the early years and once again entered the hinterland of the southern dynasty. Dong Zhuo pointed to the south and said to his wife, "In the Huayang Pass, there is a fatso who is fatter than me. It is said that the Liang imperial court has always claimed that the battle between me and Fatso Chu was over." This Tu's adopted son said some rebellious words, saying that the world's cavalry was only divided into the Su family's iron cavalry and all the other cavalry forces. In fact, the truth was not like that. It was just that the Bailiang frontier army was so conceited that they gladly accepted the Liang civil official's slander and took it as a compliment. Dong Zhuo did not retract his arm and kept pointing to the south. With a gloomy smile, he slowly said, "Chu Lushan did say some words at that time. I remember that guy was sitting high on the horse and pointed the tip of his iron spear at me. He laughed and said, 'I heard that you are called Dong Zhuo.' My adoptive father had some concerns and could not use his full strength. Therefore, Chen Jibao and Yuan Zuozong were too lazy to play with you. I, Chu Lushan, had nothing to do and came to fight with you. Otherwise, with your little ability and your lousy troops." Dong Zhuo did not speak for a long time. The fifth fox curiously asked, "What happened next?" Dong Zhuo retracted his hand and said resentfully, "Then, I was seriously injured and fainted." Dong Zhuo seemed to feel a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and made a face at the little girl Tao Manwu. The little girl, whose face was full of tears, clenched Dong Zhuo's wrist tightly. She was not amused. Instead, she was about to cry. The little girl looked up and choked with sobs, "Uncle Dong, don't die." In the mind of this child with a rough life, she was like a jinx who always killed the people closest to her, from her father Tao Qianji to Yellow Chu Kai. Who would be next? So she was very scared. Dong Zhuo squatted down and stretched out his big hand that was full of calluses and used to wiping the tears of the little girl. "Little Manwu, don't cry. Bad people like Uncle Dong have the longest life. Even the king of hell is not willing to accept them." Hearing this, the little girl's tears flowed down even more. Because in her mind, Uncle Dong had always been the second best person in the world, after her father. And the guy who was once regarded as the best person in the world could only be quietly lowered to the second. Dong Zhuo did not know how to persuade her, so he let her sit on his shoulder. After standing up, they looked to the south together. Dong Zhuo said softly, "Don't worry, Uncle Dong will take you to see him for the last time." Tao Manwu put her little head on Dong Zhuo's big head. Dong Zhuo asked softly, "Little Manwu, how do you hum that ballad? Uncle Dong always can't remember the words. Your little uncle used to sing it in front of me, but he sang it very badly. Little Manwu, why don't you teach him one last time?" The little girl gave a heavy hum, but there were too many tears and too much crying. She did not speak immediately. Dong Zhuo was not in a hurry. For no reason, he remembered a passage of scripture. This Baimang general who killed people like scything flax put his palms together, bowed his head and recited piously, "Convert to Buddha and not suffer from all the sufferings of reincarnation. Convert to Dharma and enjoy the blessings of 3 lives. Convert to a monk and not fall into the evil path of reincarnation." At the same time, Tao Manwu's tender voice also sounded lightly above Dong Zhuo's head. "The grass grows next year, the geese go and come back. The spring breeze blows this year, will the young master return? The green grass on the green flagstone, the man in green on the green flagstone bridge, humming the tune of Jinling. Whose daughter bows her head and smiles? The yellow leaves fall this year, year after year. The autumn wind rises next year, will the wife be there? The yellow flowers in the yellow river flow yellow, the yellow flowers in the yellow river city fluttering yellow butterflies. Whose son's sword is in the sheath? The sword is still in the sheath. The young master has not returned." For many people who were still alive on both sides of Liang Mang, this was the case. However, perhaps in the eyes of the Central Plains, the three kings rebelled together. Their war seemed to come for no reason. It was just those Bailiang barbarians and Baimang barbarians. The deaths there were justified and justified. On the yellow sand of the Longyan plain, the fat man who was still carrying little Manwu on his back put down his palms and said in a low voice, "Chu Lushan, since you want to die, then I will generously accept your 300 pounds of meat." The Huaiyang Pass, which controlled the main road to the south, was divided into inner and outer cities. The overall terrain increased toward the south, especially the inner city, which was built on the cliff, and the city walls were made of stone. When Bailiang built Huda City, the most magnificent city outside the Northwest Pass, most of the stones were taken from the Tsanglang Mountain in Lingzhou. Later, they found that there were still 30 to 40% of the huge stones left, so they moved them all to Huaiyang Pass, which was far from its current scale at that time. After more than 10 years of continuous reinforcement and accumulation, a large number of weapons and provisions were stockpiled. As long as the outer city was not lost, there was no need to worry about the water source. Huaiyang Pass was less strategic than Huda's city and harder to break through. In fact, it was more difficult than Huda's city, which was the first city at the border of Liang before North Resisting City was built. Therefore, when Chu Lushan insisted on building the Protectorate office in Huaiyang Pass, which was far away from Liangzhou City, Su Fengnian did not have much objection. But after the shattered Huda city lost its defensive significance, Su Fengnian and Mount Qingliangshan both requested that Chu Lushan retreat to North Resisting City, but Chu Lushan still insisted on defending Huaiyang Pass to the death. It was hard to imagine that this valiant general, who had led more than 1,000 cavalry to conquer Shu, who had led more than 8,000 Yelluo cavalry, had maintained a low official rank after taking root in Bailiang without any complaints, wholeheartedly living a life of luxury and extravagance. He claimed that he liked fine wine, beautiful women, gorgeous clothes, great horses, famous cards, strange flowers, and luxurious travel. After he became the Protector General of Bailiang, he suddenly changed his position and remained motionless outside the barren and desolate pass. Perhaps after the death of old man Su Shao, there was no one in the world who could truly see through this treacherous and evil fatty. On a tower in the inner city of Huaiyang Pass, a fat man as fat as a small mountain rested his hands on a quiver of arrows, saying nothing. He had enemies all over the world, but he had no friends. He rubbed his neck and said with a smile, "What a great head." Chapter 1932. The sky was high and the ground was wide. The clouds hung low as the sun set in the west. The sunset glow was especially dazzling. There were less than 100 riders galloping north. It was as if their heads were covered with the most beautiful and bright Sichuan brocade. When this group of horses approached the military town of Grave, there were still a few northern Mang horsemen who stopped their horses on the high slope. After weighing the disparity in numbers between the two sides, in the end, they didn't charge forward to kill. Earlier, the crossbowmen of Liang province had truly struck fear into the hearts of the northern Mang horse guards. Not only were the 3 elite scouts almost completely wiped out, even the commander of the Ruan cavalry, Hong Jingyan, and that relative of the imperial family, Yelu Chukai, had fallen on the battlefield. Although the southern dynasty had already received news that all the crossbowmen had been transferred to the battlefield of Liuzhou, once bitten, twice shy, they did not dare to let down their guard. One of the main generals of Baimang's southern expedition, the head of the Orange province, Murong Baoding, had strictly ordered his riders to retreat when they encountered the enemy. He did not care about the crime of retreating without fighting. Those who dared to engage in battle without permission would suffer 1 casualty per troop. Afterwards, the leader of each troop would be beheaded. If 3 or more people died per troop, the leader of each troop would be beheaded. The 100 or so cavalry that did not wear the armor of the Northern Liang Border Army also did not pay any attention to the groups of scouts from Orange Province who had retreated after smelling the scent of blood. They continued north without stopping, and did not have any intention of entering the military town of Grave Tomb. They continued north along the perimeter of the military town. In this strange cavalry formation of 2 riders side by side in a long snake formation, there were about 80 riders. All of them carried swords and urged their horses forward. Clearly, they were not the Bailiang frontier army who would not take out their sabers without permission. One rider spurred his horse forward and came to the side of the only rider with a cold saber at his waist. He said with some annoyance, "Surnamed Su, even a mosquito leg is meat. We've encountered 8 or 9 groups of Baimang riders along the way. If you allowed us to act, we would have killed at least 40 to 50 of them. What's wrong? Is your Mount Qingliang really so poor that you can't even afford to pay the reward of this little bit of military merit? Even if we take a step back and let's say we owe them the money first, killing 40 to 50 Baimang scouts will probably save some of your Liangzhou cavalry. How did you become the king of Bailiang?" Su Fengnian continued to look to the north without slowing down his horse. He explained patiently, "Dongzhuo's army is about to attack Huaiyang Pass. If we delay here for a moment, Bailiang might." Wu Luding, the current sword crown of Wu family's sword tomb, interrupted the young vassal king and said, "Even if you arrived at Huaiyang Pass earlier, could you move the entire pass to North Reject City? Huaiyang Pass and the Protectorate General don't have legs. They can't run away. After all, after you became a great grandmaster, you became arrogant and looked down on those weak people. You only have eyes for people like Tuoba and Hong Jingyan. Otherwise, you wouldn't be willing to fight, right?" Not far behind them, a Wu family swordsman said in a strange tone, "A great grandmaster should have the demeanor of a great grandmaster. His Highness is arrogant and has his own confidence. What's wrong with that? A land immortal can stomp hundreds or thousands of ants to death. Wouldn't he be afraid of dirtying the soles of his shoes?" Wu Luding rolled his eyes. He didn't want to argue with the Xiongho behind him. He couldn't help it. Even in the Wu family sword tomb, where the family's sword art was the world's sword art, only the old ancestor could slightly suppress Demon Zhu. No matter how conceited Wu Luding was, he still had to admit that there was still a gap between him and Zhu Huang in terms of cultivation and attainment. The Wu family's ancestors had long established a family rule. The length of the sword qi determined the size of the principal. Although Wu Liuding's skin was not thin, he didn't go to the extent of arguing with Zhu Huang. However, if Cui Hua, who carried the ancient sword Su of Gojoseon, was willing to join forces, Wu Luding was confident that he could beat Demon Zhu into a pig's head. Unfortunately, Cui Hua was a sword attendant. According to the Wu family's unshakable rules, she couldn't participate in the competition between Sword Crown and other Jianghu people. To put it bluntly, a sword attendant was someone who specialized in collecting Sword Crown's corpse. Su Fengnian smiled and shook his head. He didn't continue to explain. Some Bailiang's family matters couldn't be explained to these Wu family swordsmen, who had left behind the teachings of their ancestors. Don't seek the wall of Lianqing, seek the killing sword. Su Fengnian's mood was much heavier than what he showed on the surface. Chu Lushan refused to leave Huaiyang Pass. He only gave one sentence to North Resisting City. Whether I, Chu Lushan, am at Huaiyang Pass or not, the situation on the battlefield outside Liangzhou Pass will be completely different. Su Fengnian understood the meaning behind these words, but he still hoped to fight for one last time, to fight for it in person. Not as the master of the 300,000 Bailiang cavalry, not as the vassal king, not as the Bailiang protector general, but as the eldest son of the first wife of Su Shao, to meet Lu Qiuer, who had killed his foster son. The reason why he was so non-stop was because Su Fengnian knew very well that once Dong Zhuo personally appeared outside Huaiyang Pass, Chu Lushan would definitely not leave. Su Fengnian couldn't just knock Chu Lushan unconscious and tie him up back to North Resisting City. It was meaningless. As for why he didn't abandon the 80 Wu family sword tomb cavalry and rush to Huaiyang Pass alone, this was somewhat complicated. There were thousands of things in the world, but peace of mind was the most difficult to find. The closer they got to the rugged southern entrance of Huaiyang Pass, not only the bored Wu Luding, who was beside the young vassal king, and the beauty Nalan Huayu, who was secretly looking at the back of the young vassal king from time to time, even Cuihua, who had a pure heart of sword that had reached the spiritual perception realm, noticed Su Fengnian's strange mood. Huaiyang Pass was known as the most dangerous pass outside Liangzhou Pass. The narrow and winding mountain road at the southern entrance played an important role, which made this pass have no worries. Perhaps realizing that there was a problem with his mental state, Su Fengnian suddenly turned his head to look at Wu Luding and asked with a smile, "I heard that in the past 20 years, your Wu family's old ancestor has commented on the swordsman of the sword catacomb. Other than Deng Tai, who has the strongest innate killing intent, Zhu Huang has the heaviest killing intent, and Cuihua has the deepest killing intent. Then you, Wu Luding, as the sword crown." Wu Luding said with a shameless face, "Me. Obviously, I have the best bone structure and the highest talent." Zhu Huang, who was sitting on the back of the horse with his arms crossed, snorted disdainfully and sneered. Su Fengnian said with a smile, "Wu Luding, don't bully me because I haven't seen the world. Not to mention other things, I have seen a few natural sword embryos. The charcoal girl of the Guanyin sect and Chen Tianyuan of the Taibai sword sect, their bone structures are better than yours." Chapter 1933. Wu Luding nodded and said indifferently, "I have the highest talent, what is there to be afraid of? When I was very young, the old ancestor told me that I am a sword Dao genius that only appears once in 100 years. My sword Dao can't be improved by normal methods." Su Fengnian chuckled. Wu Luding stared at the young king and said seriously, "Su, think about it, when you and I first met on the river, what realm was I at? I was only at the fake Xian finger level, but at that time, I was already roaming the pugilistic world as the sword crown. What do you think I relied on?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Your face." Wu Luding paused for a moment, then he smiled brightly and rubbed his face. "That's right." Sword mate Cuihua, who had her eyes closed, sighed slightly. The first time was when Luding entered the Sword Mountain for the first time when he was young. At that time, almost everyone didn't think that this lazy kid could pull out a sword. Unexpectedly, he attracted all 12 swords to recognize him as their master. It could be said that it was one of the rare occurrences in the long history of the Wu family. After that, Luding, who had been practicing the sword for 3 days, became even more perfunctory. Until the sword tomb decided on the new sword crown candidate, Luding, who had been stagnant at the 3rd grade realm, suddenly comprehended a few finger Xian sword techniques. Wu Luding laughed and said, "This is a genius. If I really practiced the sword diligently, wouldn't that be amazing?" Su Fengnian agreed for the first time, but the next sentence made Wu Luding completely deflated. "If I didn't calculate wrongly, Sword Crown Wu still has one more chance. Now that he is at the finger Xian realm, then it is still possible for him to stagger into the celestial realm. Not bad, he should be able to fight with people of the same age." That Xianyuan Qingfeng of the Hui Mountain, who was said to have comprehended immortality after watching snow for a night. Of course, the premise is that she only uses one hand. Wu Luding was furious. "Even if I can only break into the celestial realm, even if I can't reach the great celestial realm, I will definitely be able to use 1 or 2 moves of the Earth Sword Immortal." Su Fengnian replied with an "oh" and added fuel to the fire. 1 or 2 moves. That's pretty impressive. Like me, I only have a few dozen moves. Wu Luding looked pitiful and turned to look at Nalan Huayu. "Aunt Nalan, this guy is too much of a bully." She smiled sweetly and added insult to injury, "And is not your mother, it is useless to complain to me." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Yes, Sister Nalan, don't pay attention to him." Nalan Huayu raised her eyebrows, and her smile became wider. The charm between her eyebrows was like smoke curling in spirals. Wu Luding instantly came back to life and was in high spirits. He turned his head and whispered to the sword attendant, "Cuihua, listen to this fellow's tone. He is indeed an old hand who has been through thick and thin. Tsuehua, right? Unexpectedly, Tsuehua's words were not shocking, and she said with an indifferent expression, no. The young sword crown Wu, who seemed to have suffered a fatal blow from the earth sword immortal, suddenly felt like his heart was dead, and he only felt that life was meaningless. Su Fengnian took a deep breath. They arrived at the south gate of Huaiyang Pass. If this time Beimang Pass was attacked by Murong Baoding's troops, Su Fengnian would not have to come here at all. But the world was unpredictable. Dong Zhuo came. Not only that, the number of Dong family's private army that was originally known in Liangmang had doubled. In the first battle of Liangmang, although Dong Zhuo's private army did not suffer serious damage, it was not light. Moreover, the matter of Dong Zhuo's private army had always been a joke in the Beimang southern imperial court. It was rumored that after the old woman met the little fatty who liked to call her sister emperor, she smiled and told him personally, "Fatty Dong, you can have a private army in the southern imperial court, but don't mess around with 100,000 people. If you cross this line, it doesn't matter, I will promote you and let you go to Norland to be a general." No one knew if the rumor was true or false, but after that, Dong Zhuo's cavalry and infantry armies were maintained at around 60,000 people, and did not exceed 80,000 people at their peak. This time, when Dong Zhuo submitted a letter to the Beimang Empress requesting to attack Huaiyang Pass, it was as if overnight, 80,000 grassland cavalrymen had poured into the camp of the Dong family's private army. In addition to the 10,000 Ruren cavalrymen that the old woman gave him. The scale of Dong Zhuo's private army had far exceeded that of all the generals including Tuoba, Huang Songpu, and Lu Gui, and it was superior to Beimang. Now, the two imperial courts of Xijing and Norland must be shocked and confused at the same time. Was this fatty Dong, who secretly possessed such a terrifying amount of wealth, going to rebel or not? At this moment, in the vision of the Wu family swordsman outside Huaiyang Pass, a fatty with a flattering face stood at the gate, like a small mountain standing in front of the gate. In the 20 years of war at the border of Beiliang, there was a different kind of person who was best at flattering. Li Gongda liked to flatter Su Shao, and his skill had reached the point of perfection. There was a fatty who won the title of Chu Basha in poetry, and he liked to flatter His Royal Highness, and did whatever he could to disgust him. Su Fengnian dismounted from his horse, and Chu Lushan naturally helped to lead the horse, his movements skillful. In the dusk, the two entered the city first. Su Fengnian did not speak. After a moment of silence, Lu Qiu said slowly, "I am very at ease, and I ask that your highness be at ease." Su Fengnian looked ahead and said softly, "It's very difficult." Chu Lushan stopped and said to himself, "To be honest, this world, has always made me, Chu Lushan, very unhappy." Inside the city gate, the vision was dim. Chu Lushan stopped, turned his head and smiled, "Because this world made my most respected adoptive father and adoptive mother, their son, unhappy." The young king also stopped and remained silent. Chu Lushan couldn't see his face clearly, and he didn't want to see it clearly, so he turned his head again. Just like that, the two of them stood still in the dark. Chu Lushan suddenly said in a deep voice, "Don't send me off. Chu Lushan has fought countless battles in this life. Every time I bring someone to die, I don't need anyone to send me off, and I don't want anyone to collect my corpse." Chu Lushan strode forward, walked out of the city gate, and looked up at the sky. He had flattered the young man many times in his life, and said countless words of flattery. This fatty, at this time, was thinking of many years ago, when he let the child ride on his neck, and he rode on the Su family's warhorse at that time. Two brothers with different surnames, riding together in the west wind. The fatty, who had his back to the young man, whispered in his heart, "Xiaonian, I am Chu Lushan's younger brother, you and I don't need to see each other again." Chapter 1934. Since ancient times, there had been a poem about the Northwest being filled with energy. Today, the west of the Northwest was even more so. The deputy general of Liuzhou, Xia Shi, personally led 10,000 monk soldiers out of the city. He did his best to slow down the Beimang infantry and the 2,000 Nanchao border cavalry as they retreated to the north. He did not go all out to kill. Once the Beimang army turned around and got into a charging formation, the monk soldiers also got into formation and did not move. They were like a rich man entertaining his guests. They prepared enough wine and waited for the guests to arrive. The infantry, who had suffered heavy losses in the attack on the Phoenix military town, quickly realized that the situation was not good. After all, there were still 6,000 soldiers in the infantry who could fight. Along with the 2,000 cavalry who came and went like the wind from the side, they had more initiative to fight or retreat. The commander of the infantry was born in the biting Shui way. Beimang established the country through martial arts. Relying on family background and military merit were the two most important paths to promotion. To be able to become one of the 3 generals of the infantry, he might not be a genius in the art of war, but he was definitely not a mediocre person who relied on his family background to gain power. The defense of this Phoenix military town was filled with a treacherous aura. Clearly, from the very beginning, the defense could have been even more impregnable, but that commanding general was clearly whetting their appetites on purpose. Like a brothel girl who wanted to say something but didn't say anything, he clearly wanted to sell his art and not his body, but he gave people a false impression that he wanted to refuse but was still willing to accept. This caused the infantry soldiers who were slow to realize the situation to leave 4,000 corpses for nothing. Then, the 10,000 monk soldiers were biting their tail. It was not hard to guess the reason. It was definitely a cavalry from the Beiliang border army that was about to arrive. As for who it was, the infantry generals could not figure it out. Logically speaking, the cavalry of Liuzhou should not have the time to stop them. In this sneak attack on the 2 towns of Fengxiang and Linyao, the Nanchao border army had sent out 20,000 infantry and 5,000 elite cavalry to escort them. Even if they split into 2 groups, it was not something that the few thousand Beiliang cavalry could defeat. Furthermore, the cavalry of Liuzhou was already at a disadvantage. How could they send out a large group of cavalry to leave the main battlefield north of Qingsang City? Could it be the 2 Beiliang light cavalry units that bypassed many military towns and forts and drove straight into the hinterland of Gusai Prefecture? But the problem was, how could they get back to the border in time? Could it be that these 2 weak military towns were bait from the beginning? But this was even more unreasonable. Even he, a foot soldier generals, didn't know where to go after receiving Huang Songpu's order to leave the encampment at top speed. He only went all the way south. It wasn't until he crossed the Liangmang border that he learned he was going to launch a surprise attack on Fengxiang Linyao. During this period of time, the confidential spying report in his hand said with certainty that the 20,000 monk soldiers of Mount Lantuo should have passed through Fengxiang Linyao and headed straight for Qingcang. Or was there really an immortal who could predict the future in Mount Qingliang and the Protectorate General's office in Beiliang? Faced with the relentless attacks of the 10,000 monk soldiers of Mount Lantuo, the foot soldier generals felt extremely sullen. If they really didn't care about anything and fought to the death, they had no chance of winning. They were just waiting for death, waiting for Beiliang's cavalry to arrive and cut off their heads. But if they didn't fight, those bald monks who were shockingly strong and didn't fear death were really unscrupulous. Every once in a while, there would be 200 to 300 monk soldiers who didn't care about the exhaustion of their physical strength. They would take up the role of daredevils and viciously bite their butts. The most annoying thing was that before the monks of Mount Lantuo left the city, they had probably emptied the armory of Fengxiang Linyao and brought no less than 2,000 light crossbows with them. From the number of arrows in the monk soldiers' quivers, there were no less than 40,000 to 50,000 arrows. In terms of accuracy, it was considered sparse and ordinary. It couldn't even compare to the bows of the grassland men riding on the bumpy backs of their horses. However, the strength of the infantry formation was always in the word density. In addition, the monk soldiers were all strong and sturdy. Each of them pulled their bows like a full moon. What accuracy did they need? The most terrifying thing was the fighting style of the young Liuzhou general. He was able to leisurely pull out the 40,000 to 50,000 arrows from the corpses or pick them up from the ground and put them back into the quivers one by one. This made the 2,000 elite cavalry of Mount Lantua, who were unwilling to wait for death and had launched 3 rounds of charges, unable to fully utilize the innate advantage of cavalry in field warfare. As for slowly nibbling away at the monk soldiers, that was even more impossible. The range of a horse bow was inferior to that of a foot bow to begin with. Furthermore, this southern border cavalry was fully equipped with light armor and light bows. In the end, the main general of the foot troops helplessly discovered that although there were still a considerable number of 1,600 cavalry left on his side of 2,000, the monk soldiers of Mount Lantua had actually gathered more than 200 warhorses. After they mounted their horses, it was as if they had suddenly gained more than 200 riders. This battle almost made Baba Zhu generals spit out blood. That Liuzhou general who didn't personally charge into battle from the beginning to the end was too disgusting. In the end, he couldn't delay any longer. Baba Zhu generals could only go find the cavalry general from Gu Saizhou's rock cliff military town. He wanted to say something but stopped. It was very difficult for him to speak. The cavalry general who knew what was going on smiled and didn't say anything. Although they were just acquaintances before, this cavalry general took off a heavily worn white jade python belt from his waist and begged Baba Zhu to give it to his young eldest son when they returned to the southern court. He only said that it was given to his father by the previous emperor. Although it wasn't worth much now, it was a family heirloom of their small family. The 1,600 cavalry finished organizing. The horses' heads faced south, the war blades pointed south. The cavalry general turned his head and watched as Baba Zhu quickly left the battlefield. Chapter 1935. This ordinary cavalry general whose reputation in northern Mang's border pass wasn't all that well known, perhaps he didn't know that not long ago, in another battlefield in Flo province, there was a northern Liang cavalry general who shouted out those tragic and stirring words, "May the dead follow me in death." As Hong Jia rushed north and brought hundreds of thousands of people to the Beimang court, the martial spirit of the grasslands did not fade. However, it imperceptibly injected a soft atmosphere, just like the green grass on the grasslands year after year. This border army cavalry general, who was only a secondary grade 4 official, would occasionally head to the Shijing court to participate in military discussions. During that time, he met many civil officials. Most of them did not have the same temperament, and he never got along well with them. However, on the scattered celebratory banquets or the banquets where he was dragged to make up the numbers, he also heard some unimaginable foreign things. For example, the Jiangnan apricot flowers in the misty rain, the deep flower branches, the shallow flower branches, and the branches welcoming spring. He knew that he and the 1,600 men behind him were destined to never see the scenery of Jiangnan. It was just death. This cavalry general pulled out his Beimang war knife and shouted angrily, "Kill!" When Xie Shibian left the city, he was riding a Beiliang war horse. At this moment, he stopped behind the monk soldier formation and raised his head to look over. He smiled slightly. 20,000 monk soldiers fought on foot against cavalry. Very quickly, a group of 10,000 Beiliang light cavalry would return the favor and fight on foot. Moreover, Beiliang actually had the advantage in numbers on both sides. This kind of good situation that should not have appeared on the Liangmang battlefield was naturally due to one of Dechu's twin jade annulus. However, when Xie Shibian saw the Beimang cavalry valiantly heading to their deaths, this Liuzhou deputy general could not help but think of the tragic battle at Miyun Pass. The corpses piled up like a mountain. It was impossible to tell whether they were the Beiliang frontier army or the Beimang barbarians. It turned out that the Beiliang cavalry was not the only one who viewed life and death as a small matter. Beimang was also the same. After that, Xia had a long career in the military and officialdom in the western frontier. As a peerless Confucian general who eventually reached the rank of second-rank general in Liang and received the title of Pillar of the State, as the cornerstone of the northwest of the country, he had never been called a barbarian in his life, even though the overall situation was already set and he continued to suppress the rebellions in the grasslands time and time again. These two words were used as the prefix for Baimang soldiers. To the south of the outer city of Huayang Pass, the rider who didn't enter the city stopped alone on the yellow sand slope, as if he was waiting for someone. In next to no time, a tall and sturdy figure tore through the sky and flashed over with an imposing manner. The young vassal king, who had left the 80 riders of the Wu family behind, dismounted from his horse and asked in a deep voice, "How is it?" One of them, a man from the sect, had an ugly look on his face. By the time I arrived at Dunhuang City, it was already too late. Tens of thousands of grassland cavalry had already broken through the city and were still heavily surrounded. After I broke into the city, I didn't find the woman you mentioned. After that, I only found out that the man named Su Pu had died in the battle. Su Fengnian pursed his lips tightly and trembled slightly. Su Pu. A man he once called Uncle Su when he was young. Like Wu Qi, he was the first cavalry general of the Su family. His seniority in the army was even higher than Chen Jibao, Yuan Zuozong, and Chu Lushan. Huyan Dagwan, who had secretly sneaked into the grassland of Baimang, hesitated. It seemed that there were some words on the tip of his tongue that were difficult to say. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. "Is there any worse news than this?" Huyan Dagwan was silent. Su Fengnian calmly said, "Say it." Huyan Dagwan breathed a sigh of relief. That old woman gave the order to the cavalry that besieged the city. No matter if Dunhuang City was fighting or surrendering, when the city was broken, they should kill anyone they saw. Su Fengnian slowly loosened the reins of the horse. His figure instantly disappeared. The next moment, there was a loud bang on the high slope. Huyan Dagwan stood in the north of the hillside and shook his wrist casually. The young king stood on the edge of the hillside in the south. There was a sudden gully between the two. Huyan Dagwan said expressionlessly, "There are at least 30 to 40,000 Baimang cavalry waiting for you to walk into the trap. In addition, there are hundreds of spider-web spies who are personally led by Li Mibi. They are all waiting for you." There was another thunderous bang. Huyan Dagwan maintained the posture of hammering forward with his fists and said sternly, "Su Fengnian. Don't you know that the reason why there is no definite news about that woman is because the old woman and Li Mibi deliberately lure you to die? Can't you see through such a crude method?" In an instant, the loud bang was far louder than the previous two. Huyan Dagwan almost used all his strength to push back the young man who was determined to go north. Huyan Dagwan coldly said, "Since you can't reason with your mouth, and you don't listen anyway, that's fine. Although I, Huyan Dagwan, may not be able to defeat you, but it is not difficult to fight half to death. I want to see how you, Su Fengnian, will enter Dunhuang City." Perhaps it was because of the old saying of the Central Plains that one should not do things more than 3 times was true. The young king no longer continued to rush to the north. Instead, he slowly walked to the north of the high slope and stood side by side with Huyan Dagwan, one facing north and one facing south. The young man squatted down with his hands in his sleeves and quietly looked to the north. Huyan Dagwan comforted him, "If you don't show up, she will have a chance to live. Do you understand?" The young man nodded, "I just figured it out." Huyan Dagwan was relieved. If he really wanted to have a life and death battle with this young man, he was really afraid. There was no other way. He, Huyan Dagwan, was an old man with a family to feed. Huyan Dagwan, who was in a complicated mood, could only sigh. The young man's lips moved slightly and whispered, "Don't say that I'm so poor that my sleeves carry the wind. Don't say that when I am sleepy, I have no place to sleep. Don't say that when I am thirsty, I have no wine. Don't say that my life is not happy. I have a 3-foot sword hanging at my waist. There is no one as lucky as me in the world. There is no one as lucky as me. Chapter 1936. Su Fingnian and Huyen Dagwan took a detour in the middle of the night and entered Bibei City from the south gate. The general's mansion was still brightly lit, the stream of people weaving in and out, most of them were in the prime of their lives. Compared to the ordinary northern Liang border army soldiers, they had a bit more scholarly air. They did not wear armor, nor did they wear military officers' uniform. Most of them wore scholars' green gown, but every one of them had a cold saber hanging from their waist. Moreover, hanging from their waists was a small and exquisite seal ribbon made of green jade. This group of people had a complicated background. Some of them came from Song Dongming's mansion in Mount Qingliang, which was known as the Dragon Gate in Beiliang. Some of them were young scholars who were recommended by famous scholars such as Huang Chang Wang Shihua. Some of them were young military officers who were transferred from the border army of Liangzhou and Yuzhou. The oldest one was in his early 40s, but there were fewer of them. Most of them were in their 30s, and young men were also not rare. These people had one thing in common. Whether they were born in Beiliang or not, they were all well educated since childhood. Most of them were interested in the art of war. Due to the special status of the military counselor, it was difficult to determine their official rank. After weighing the pros and cons, the deputy administrator of the northern Liangdao, Song Dongming, and the provincial governor of Liangzhou, Baiyu, the two leaders of the civil officials, both agreed that for the time being, these young men would only act as white robes and act as counselors in the northern city manor. However, they would still be able to receive a salary equivalent to that of a county magistrate in the Liyang Imperial Court. It sounded like the salary was not low, but the deputy administrator and the provincial governor of Liangzhou had said at the beginning that they had to owe them money first. However, after everyone received the transfer order, they were still happy to accept it. The mansion occupied a large area. Su Fingnian walked all the way to the council hall because there was an unwritten rule that all people, regardless of their official rank, only slowed down when they saw the young king. They didn't stop, nor did they need to salute. At most, when they bumped into each other, they would slightly move to the sides of the corridor to make way for the young king. Almost everyone today found that although the young king was still approachable, his momentum seemed to be a bit low and restrained, as if he had a lot on his mind. Su Fingnian came to the council hall, which was the most important place in the mansion. Compared to the council hall in Mount Qingliang, the latter had more symbolic meaning. The spacious council hall in Bibei City with a solemn atmosphere was the most important place to decide the direction of the war outside Beiliang. Su Fingnian smiled and nodded. He then waved his hand to indicate that they did not need to pay attention to him. Huyen Dagwan did not follow the young king into the council hall. He strode away. This time, he was not only leaving Bibei City, but also leaving Liangzhou. He was leaving Beiliang with his wife and children. He was going to Shishu for sightseeing. When Huyen Dagwan left, he seemed to be quite angry. He was cursing and rubbing his arms. Bruises and scars could be vaguely seen. It turned out that on the way back to the south, the young king, who had clearly said that he had thought it through, flew to the north twice without warning. Huyen Dagwan managed to stop him once. The second time, he was full of anger. He directly grabbed the young king's ankle and smashed the young king into the ground, creating a dusty pit. This Beimang Jianghu man replaced Chao Changqing's position in the new Two Dynasties martial arts review. He became one of the 4 grandmasters in one fell swoop. Although he was at the bottom of the 4, he was recognized by the world as someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Fingnian, Tuoba, and Dong Tai. He could not be regarded as an ordinary Earth Immortal. This year's martial arts review added that although the number of Earth Immortals in Jianghu was slightly less than the last era of Wulin led by Wang Xianji, the strength of these Earth Immortals and their high realms was a grand scene that had not been seen in 1,000 years. It could be called the most glorious period of Jianghu in 1,000 years. After this trip alone to Dunhuang City to inquire about information for the young king, Huyen Dagwan thought that he had settled the old scores with Su Fengnian. The matters of the previous life were settled in this life. In the future, they would be responsible for their own lives. Of course, Su Fengnian did not ask Huyen Dagwan to stay. Yuan Zuozong, the commander-in-chief of Beiliang cavalry, walked into the conference hall with his saber. Girl Hehe and Suing in the red robe were squatting on the left and right sides of the threshold. Ordinary people would not have the courage to cross the threshold between them. Seeing the young king standing alone in front of the long table and looking down at the border map of Liangmang, Yuan Zuozong was not surprised at all. He walked slowly to Su Fengnian and said softly, when Chu Lushan was stubborn, even the general could not persuade him. Only when his adoptive mother spoke, Chu Lushan was willing to listen to her. Yuan Zuozong thought of an old story and could not help smiling. In fact, when we just settled down in Beiliang, the general intended to let Chu Lushan be the deputy commander of the cavalry. Half of it was to reward Chu Lushan for his military exploits in the Spring and Autumn War and the Northern Grassland, and the other half was to restrict Zhong Hongwu, the only one of the Su family who was conferred the title of Huaihua General by the imperial court. At that time, Zhong Hongwu was very envious of the title of general given by Zhao Dun of Liang, but he was also very hesitant. After all, it was deliberately used by Zhao Dun of Liang to disgust his adoptive father. In the end, his adoptive father laughed and said that it was a second-rank official for free. Zhong Hongwu accepted it with a clear conscience. However, Chu Lushan was so angry that he did not want to be the deputy commander of the cavalry outside Liangzhou Pass. He said that he was afraid that he could not help but slap the old guy surnamed Zhong to death. Therefore, he became a small official in Liangzhou City, neither civil nor military. Only Chu Lushan himself was willing to endure the hardship. Others could not understand that the 8,000 old Yeluo cavalry he trained were also disbanded at that time. After all, the General Chu Lushan left the border army, so the name of the cavalry was not legitimate. Otherwise, they could not establish themselves outside Liangzhou Pass. That would be too unreasonable. Su Fengnian suddenly raised his head and put his fists on the table. He asked, "Is Chu Lushan staying in Huaiyang Pass really more beneficial to the overall situation of Beiliang than strategizing in Beiliang City?" Chapter 1937. Yuan Zuozong was not in a hurry to give an answer. Instead, he calmly digressed, Chu Lushan used to be a true cavalry general. He joined the cavalry army in the early days of the Spring and Autumn War. In fact, he was an elder of the Su family. However, Chu Lushan was too ruthless in leading his troops to fight. He was ruthless to the enemy and even more ruthless to himself. If he was given 1,000 cavalry, others might have at least 400 or 500 men left after a hard battle. However, it was lucky for him to have 200 or 300 cavalry left. Therefore, although Chu Lushan was known as the first person in the Su family to win battles, he had not been able to gather his own troops. However, Chen Jibao, as the long war of the Spring and Autumn War slowly progressed, he had more and more men under his command. Finally, he stood out and even vaguely surpassed Wu Qi and Su Pu in terms of real strength. Later, Chu Lushan led 1,000 cavalry to Shu. Do you know how he got them? Only Mr. Li felt that it was feasible. In the end, the great general was so annoyed by Chu Lushan that he had him recruit soldiers and buy horses to do whatever he wanted with as many soldiers as he could find. In the end, Chu Lushan only managed to gather around 200 old soldiers. The remaining 800 or so were borrowed from me shamelessly. At first, I was unwilling, so Chu Lushan went to Mr. Li and had him intercede on his behalf. Only then was Chu Lushan able to bring 1,000 cavalry to attack western Shu. Yuan Zuozong sighed heavily and said with emotion, after that, he led 1,000 cavalry to Shu. Originally, our Su family army was prepared for the worst. We did not bring a single horse and only infantry to western Shu. However, on that territory, there were 20,000 enemy cavalry, which had never been heard of in the hundreds of years of Western Shu's history. You know, in the last years of Dafeng dynasty, 300,000 grassland cavalry successfully went south with irresistible force. However, in the end, less than 10,000 cavalry successfully entered Western Shu. Yuan Zhuozong turned to look at the young lord and slowly said, leading the cavalry to fight, whether it is a frontal attack or a surprise attack, Yuan Zhuozong, am naturally not inferior to Chu Lushan. If there are a series of big and small battles in a war, I dare to say that in the end, I and Chu Lushan are roughly equal. If you, Chu Lushan, can get a real general, then I, Yuan Zhuozong, will not only be a general. However, in that series of battles, if someone has to face 2 or 3 extremely difficult battles in a row, I, Yuan Zhuozong, dare not to say that I can win all of them. However, Chu Lushan, he absolutely can. Yuan Zhuozong continued, I am afraid that not many people still remember that a long time ago, the general joked with Chu Lushan. He said that Chu Lushan was too much of a bastard. Although he won a lot of battles, how many people were left alive in the end? My old Su family's property cannot afford to be tossed around like this. So, you have to wait patiently. When I, Su Shao, have 100 or 200,000 cavalry under my command, at that time, it will be no problem to give them to you, Lu Qiu'er. Yuan Zhuozong laughed at himself. To be honest, when Mount Qingliang decided to let me be the general of the cavalry and let Chu Lushan be the governor of Beiliang, I found him and wanted to exchange positions with him. It could be considered as fulfilling the promise of my adoptive father. Because I knew that Chu Lushan's infatuation with the cavalry was unparalleled. However, Chu Lushan refused at that time. He smiled and said to me, I have been an insignificant official for so many years. How can I not be the governor of Beiliang when I have a chance to make a comeback? Yuan Zhuozong calmed himself down. Yuan Zhuozong recovered his composure as he bent over and stretched out his hand to touch the defense line of Huaiyang Pass, Fuling and Liuya heavy tomb on the map. There's no cavalry in Huaiyang Pass. Because it's a natural stronghold, it's both an advantage and a disadvantage. It's impossible to have a large-scale cavalry. It's not difficult to hide 200-3000 light cavalries. However, in the Liangmang War, the cavalry in Huaiyang Pass is too inadequate and meaningless. It's better to put them in Fuling and Liuya military towns on the left and right flanks. The 2 towns have cavalry and infantry. Previously, hidden footwork was transferred to the west. Besides North Resisting City, they mainly transferred 7,000 Yuzhou province infantry to these 2 towns. As for the heavy tomb military town behind the defense line, it's always occupied by more infantry than cavalry. The reason why Chu Lushan did not want to leave was that he wanted to attract the most powerful troops of Beimang, Dongjue. He wanted his hundreds of thousands of elite private troops to stop and reduce the pressure on the cavalry of Liangzhou. No matter how difficult it was to attack Huaiyang Pass, it was not a border city like Huda City that the cavalry of Beimang could not go around. If the Beimang barbarians ignored it and directly attacked Fuling, Liuya, and Liuya Grave, especially when Huda City was lost, Huaiyang Pass would lose its strategic significance. Therefore, half of the questions that the prince asked before had been answered. It was the answer that Chu Lushan gave to Beiliang City. Whether he was in Huaiyang Pass or not, the situation outside Liangzhou Pass would be different. In the end, in the entire Beiliang, in all the Beiliang frontier army, only Chu Lushan could force Dongjue to fight Huaiyang Pass to the death. In this situation, if the cavalry of Liangzhou Pass were to fight against Murong Baoding's troops, even if the governor of Orange Province had Zhong Shintong, Wanyan Jinliang, Helian Wuwei, and Wang Yong behind him, we would still not be afraid. Chu Lushan could even mobilize the cavalry of Fuling and Liuya to support the cavalry of Fuling and Liuya. However, Su Fingnian, who knew what Yuan Zhuozong was worried about, said softly, I have left 80 swordsmen of the Wu family in Huaiyang Pass. When he heard this pleasant surprise, Yuan Zuozong's face was filled with gratification. He nodded, his tone also becoming a bit more relaxed. This is for the best. When the time comes, the battles outside the pass will definitely be extremely bitter. Northern Mang will definitely do their best to obstruct our military intelligence. Normal scouts or carrier pigeons won't have a chance to pass on military orders. With the help of 80 Wu family swordsmen, the burden on Chu Lushan's shoulders will be much lighter. Su Fingnian lowered his head and stared at the map of Huaiyang Pass again. He was lost in thought. Yuan Zuozong suddenly asked curiously, "How did you know that the Yilu family helped Dong Zhuo raise a large number of private troops in the northern grassland? And the number was so accurate." Su Fingnian's face was gloomy. It was the last spy report from Dunhuang City on the border of Heshi Province. Yuan Zuozong's face was solemn. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Su Fingnian said bitterly, "In order to prevent our identity from being exposed, the whisk room cut off the contact with Dunhuang City early. Before this spring, there was only one spy report from Dunhuang City. Last time at the Longyan Plains, Tuoba Bodhisattva purposely revealed a piece of information. The old lady of Northern Mang ordered Helian Wuwei and a few prairie tyrants to besiege Dunhuang City. For a long time after that battle, until I left Mount Wudong, I had no way to travel north." Yuan Zuozong carefully chose his words. "I thought that you would go to Dunhuang City on this trip to Huaiyang Pass. To be honest, I have prepared to lead 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry to bypass Beimang's army and enter Dragon Waste Province from the northeast. Then we will rush north to help you return." Su Fengnian suddenly raised his head. Yuan Zuozong smiled. "Although I will definitely scold you when I see you, it won't prevent me from taking risks." Su Fingnian lowered his head and looked at Dunhuang City on the map, lost in thought. Yuan Zuozong looked dignified. "I don't know why you didn't go to Beimang in the end, but I have to be honest. If you really go, the best result is that you are lucky enough to return to Beimang City alive. My 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry and I are destined to die in Dragon Waste Province of Beimang. The war outside Liangzhou Pass has already begun. You, Su Fingnian, have to make a choice. No matter what your original intention is, you are the king of Beimang and also a Grand Master of martial arts evaluation. No one can stop you. But the consequences are serious. It is not as simple as when you and I led the army to the Central Plains." Su Fingnian didn't explain anything. He just said to himself, "Of course I know the consequences. But I can't help it. I just want to go to Dunhuang City to take a look. Just like I know that I can't persuade Chu Lushan, but I still want to go to Huaiyang Pass to see him." Su Fingnian took a deep breath. "Second brother Yuan, I let you down." Yuan Zuozong was stunned. Then he shook his head and smiled, disappointed. "I, Qi Danghua, and Chu Lushan are never disappointed." Su Fingnian looked at Yuan Zuozong in silence. Yuan Zuozong patted the young king's shoulder. "The most difficult thing in life is to die without regrets. How lucky our Beimang cavalry is." Su Fingnian shook his head gently and said in a hoarse voice, "There are only you and Chu Lushan left. I would rather you two live." Yuan Zuozong smiled and turned away without waiting for him to finish. The commander-in-chief of Beimang cavalry, who had his back to the young king, said with a smile, "Let's talk about living in the next life." Chapter 1938. When Su Fingnian left the meeting hall, he felt a chill. He looked up and found that it was an unexpected autumn rain. The large red lanterns hanging in the corridor emitted a soft yellow glow. Hee, Miss Hee, and Suing in the red robe followed behind the young vassal king. On the way down the stairs to the second hall, Su Fengnian suddenly stopped. He waited until the two girls came to his side, one on the left and one on the right. He raised his hands high and put them on top of their heads to shelter them from the rain. Along the way, there was still a lot of people in the middle of the night. A counselor holding an oiled paper fan walked quickly from the back hall to the military office. After seeing this rare warm scene, he hesitated for a while and gave up the idea of giving the umbrella to the young king. On both sides of the corridor in front of the meeting hall, there were 6 departments: soldiers, officials, households, rights, punishment, and works. Now Yang Xinxing, the deputy provincial governor of Beiliang Road, was in charge of the military office. Li Gongda, the administrator, was on duty in the official office. Bai Yu, the governor of Liangzhou, was temporarily in charge of the household office. Although Mr. Bai Lian had a governor's mansion in Liangzhou City that he took over from Tian Peifang and also kept a government office in Mount Qingliang, Bai Yu obviously wanted to focus on Beiju City in the future. Whether it was for the Battle of Liangmang or to get rid of the shadow of the deputy administrator, Song Dongming, Bai Yu's ruling skills were beyond doubt. Not to mention a small household office, he could even skillfully control a government office in Liang City. Chancellor Wang, who temporarily left the academy, was in charge of the rights room. Song Chongsui, the head of the School of Moism, continued to perfect Beiju City as the deputy supervisor of the construction of Beiju City. No one sat on the first transaction in the torture room. The 2 departments, Yangying and Fushui, each had a spy leader with a strong resume. After the main hall on the central axis, there was a second hall with a plaque, Summer Seeking Hall, hanging. It was very strange. The residences and palaces of the world's monarchs were all summer resorts. The main building of the second hall was the signing room in the middle. The young king's study was also next door. However, compared to the unparalleled elegance of the Wutongan of Mount Qingliang, it could be said to be extremely simple and crude. The books stored there were also the files of the Beiliang Frontier Army. Apart from this, the Liangzhou Left and Right Cavalry Army, the Liuzhou Longxiang Army, the Iron Stupa, the White Feather Light Cavalry, and many other elite border armies outside the Liangzhou Pass also had their own barracks here. There was also the Yuzhou Infantry Division, the 4 Prefectures General Division, and the 14th Lieutenant Division. They all had their own yamen to facilitate the smooth transmission of military orders. The plaque hanging above the 3 halls, Hall of Contemplation, was taken from Li Yishan's words, "1,000 years of merit requires the most contemplation." The couplet also came from this Tide Listening Pavilion strategist's famous words, "I came here because I was fated with the common people. I want to have a clear conscience, even if I die, I have no regrets." More than 20 military counselors were stationed here, while the remaining 30 or so Bai Yi aides, who wore the imperial seal ribbon, were on duty in the main hall's 6th room. They could come and go as they pleased. These blue-robed men's path of advancement was similar to that of Liang's imperial examinations in Jinshi, but their duties were more like provincial officials in the Privy Council. The military counselors' routes came from the Liuzhou provincial governor's mansion. Yu Wandao, before entering Yuzhou as a cavalry general, had a similar role. His position was low and his authority was high. This was the creation of one of the prime ministers of Liang, Song Dongming. In the first battle of Liangmang, people related to this role also appeared in the Beimang border army. Not only did they pacify a large number of grassland bigwigs, they also greatly increased the military strength of the Southern Dynasty's border army. This was the work of the imperial tutor of Beimang, the Taiping Decree. Su Fingnian walked all the way to the 4th hall at the very back of the mansion. This was where he and his family lived. The Hall of Thought was separated from the 4th hall by a wall of flowers. There were more than 10 rooms on the left and right. The corridors, lintel, and beams looked ordinary, and the material was definitely not the wood of the imperial family like sandalwood. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that they were ingenious and the carvings were exquisite. It was said that the administrator Li Gongda had used the style of the Gangnam-do courtyard as a reference. Jiang and I, He, and Suing lived here. If Su Beiji stayed in Beijing, he would definitely have a place. As for the others, perhaps only Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan, the two adopted sons of the old Liang prince, had the qualifications to live here. This kind of thing had nothing to do with one's official rank or military merit. As a transport envoy, Su Beiji quickly went south to Lingzhou after hanging the horizontal board in Beijing. In his words, when he was done with this, he would be busy for a while. At that time, the young king felt guilty and wanted to comfort him. However, just as he finished saying that he did not know whether to say it or not, Su Beiji, who was also the transport envoy and deputy Jidushi, bluntly said, "Then don't say it." This made the new King Liang, who had good intentions, feel sullen. However, he got used to it. When they arrived at the fourth hall courtyard, He went into the house and took a brand new oil paper fan. She pulled Su Ying, who was dressed in a red robe, and jumped onto the roof. The two of them huddled under a small umbrella and whispered. The night was quiet and the autumn rain was long. Su Fengnian saw that Jiang Ni's house was pitch black. He thought that she had already fallen asleep. Since he was not sleepy, he moved a chair to sit under the eaves. He leaned forward and reached out to catch the raindrops falling from the roof. Chapter 1939. This first autumn rain that covered the entire northern Liang did not stop. It was as if it would not stop until the fish were drowned. Jia and Su Ying probably felt that they couldn't wait for the moon to come out, so they floated back to the courtyard from the roof. Su Fengnian, who slowly turned around, smiled softly at the girl. There are two old spies from the Whispering Chamber in Western Shu. They will return to Beiliang in the near future. I will give you a gift at that time. Jia snorted expressionlessly, which was a reply that he got it. Only those who were most familiar with this heaven-class killer would find that her footsteps seemed to be lighter. Splash, 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 splash countless fine water droplets on the bluestone floor of the courtyard. Gazing at the young girl's footsteps from afar, the young king smiled and slightly narrowed his long and narrow eyes. His eyebrows were gentle. When the young girl and Su Ying closed the door, Su Fengnian still sat quietly on the chair. The chair was an old-fashioned wooden armchair that had been passed down from West Chu to the whole spring and autumn period. In fact, it was not comfortable to sit on, because the person who wanted to sit on the chair had to sit upright. Suddenly, a happy face peeked out from the door. Su Fengnian looked away and winked at her. At that moment, she smiled even more and closed the door completely. 1 night watch, 2 nights watch, 3 nights watch, 1 night watch, 1 night watch passed. Su Fengnian folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned back on the chair. From the beginning to the end, he looked up at the rain and was lost in thought. Suddenly, there was a slight squeaking sound. Su Fengnian looked in the direction of the sound and the corner of his mouth curled up. Jiang and I, who was neatly dressed, stepped over the threshold and passed through the rain. She stood beside Su Fengnian and didn't say anything. Su Fengnian stood up, pressed her to sit on the chair, and then squatted beside her. Su Fengnian looked at the puddles of water at the bottom of the stairs and asked softly, "When you were young, besides wanting to kill me for revenge, what else did you want to do?" Jiang and I pondered for a moment and said seriously, "I really want to have money to buy pen and paper so that I don't have to write in the snow with a tree branch in the middle of winter. I also want to have a bigger bed with soft bedding. I want to have a lot of thick clothes. I want to eat delicious almond biscuits until I'm full. I want to sleep in." Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. "You think too much." Jiang and I turned her head and glared at him. She had answered his boring question so attentively, yet he still had the nerve to make fun of her. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Then guess what my childhood dream was?" The little mud man tilted its head and ignored him. His Royal Highness was a young man back then. Other than bullying and womanizing, what else did he think of? Oh, he even wanted to bully her. When she thought of this, she became a bit angry. Su Fengnian took his hand out of his sleeve and rubbed his cheek. He said helplessly, maybe I've mentioned to you before. When I was young, I wanted to be a hero and have a famous nickname. I wanted to be chivalrous in the Jianghu. But actually, even earlier, before my mother passed away, I wanted to be a scholar. I wanted to wear a scholar's robe and be full of strategies. I wanted to speak eloquently. Listening to Su Fingnian's chatter, the little mud man didn't feel annoyed. In fact, she didn't even feel sleepy when she went out. Su Fingnian pointed at the curtain of rain in the courtyard. Doesn't it look like a waterfall without any momentum? The little mud man only felt that it was strange. She curled her lips and shook her head. I can't see it. Su Fingnian asked, have you ever heard of a famous writer's waterfall watching song? The little mud man was even more confused. No, whose article is it? Su Fingnian smiled. Anyway, I admire this scholar the most. It's a pity that you haven't heard of this poem. Knowing that this little mud man didn't have a good impression of all the scholars in the world, her curiosity was immediately aroused. Who is it? Su Fingnian didn't say who it was. He only said, the waterfall of lotus flowers is green with smoke, the waterfall of bowl is thunderous. Only the waterfall of 9 flowers is not strange in the waterfall's spine, like a celestial being lying on his side. Its power can stretch out 94,000 feet, like a Dunhuang fairy's skirt. Releasing the 9 Milky Ways of the green sky, like the hair on the temples of an old general past his prime. When I came, it was raining ink, the 2 cliffs were tight and the wind was angry. The clouds rose and the flood washed away the traveler's path. I once watched the tide and the waterfall. Under the waterfall stood a white deer. Suddenly, the man and the deer looked at each other. South Tang, East Yu, or West Shu. After that, there was an old monk leading the deer away, and then there was the deer laughing. When the words were finished, the moon set in the west, the mountains and water were boundless. I only felt the smoke under the stone bridge, and the thunder was roaring. With the wind and rain of spring and autumn, it was mighty like a river. The little mud man nodded. It's quite good. Su Fingnian smiled. Right? Then the little mud man said, anyway, it's quite easy to read. Su Fingnian was a little hurt inside. The little mud man suddenly turned his head and asked suspiciously, could it be that you wrote it? Su Fingnian rolled his eyes. The little mud man suddenly said, I knew it. It's definitely not written by you. You only know how to buy poems and articles. The most abominable thing is that you never know how to bargain. The young king was a little depressed at the moment. The little mud man looked down at the side of his face and felt a little guilty. Then he said, was it really written by you? Su Fingnian nodded gently. She comforted him with a serious face, it's not bad. At least you've written a decent article in your life, Su Fingnian grimaced. You might as well not have comforted me. After a long silence, Su Fingnian said to himself for no reason, what is a dream? It's like a child hiding in a distance and making faces at you, and that naive and naughty child will never grow up. Jiang and I thought for a moment. If it were me, I would catch the child and beat him up. Su Fingnian said calmly, but I can't catch him. Chapter 1940. There were many reports of victory in Liuzhou. First, Ko Jianghuai joined forces with the Dragon Elephant Army to attack the Huang Songpu tribe's main camp. Not only did they successfully enter the camp and annihilate the supply camp, they also managed to kill Wan Yanninjiang's elite cavalry. After which, Xie Shibian seemed to have been possessed by a celestial being and was able to predict the future. He led the monk soldiers of Lantuo Mountain to split into Fengxiang and Linyao. Not only did they successfully stop the sneak attack of the Southern Dynasty soldiers, but at the same time, Chao Wei's cavalry, who had already entered the hinterland of Gusai Prefecture, turned around and killed the remaining 6,000 soldiers and the Southern Dynasty cavalry that had been dragged into the mud by Xie Shibian's monk soldiers. After this battle, Chao Wei, who had already won the title of Chao Benlei, along with the Huang Songpu forces, who had suffered 2 losses, slowing down their speed. Xie Shibian also led the monks to assist Qingzhang city. The situation in Liuzhou was really good. However, during this period of time, a report accusing Xie Shibian was passed around the Liuzhou provincial governor manor and sent to the north resisting city manor. It caused North Jibei city, which was covered in the autumn rain, to have a sharpness and killing intent. Su Fengnian stood in the solemn military room and gently put down the memorial that Yang Guangdou, the provincial governor of Liuzhou, Chen Shiliang, and Ko Jianghuai, the general of Liuzhou, had signed. Inside this yamen, in addition to the young lord, there was also the deputy Jidushi Yang Xinxing, the administrator Li Gongde and Bai Yu, the provincial governor of Liangzhou, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Su Huang, who had just been promoted to the governor of Jibiqing, and Li Yanchao, who had just transferred from the left cavalry to the right cavalry as the first deputy commander, and many other border generals. The initial content of the report was written by a Yuzhou infantry colonel who was promoted to Phoenix Troops town commander. It described in detail the start and end of the Battle of Phoenix Troop. There was only one point in the report, which was that during the Battle of Phoenix Troop, Xie Shi had overestimated the strength of the monk soldiers of Lantua Mountain. After 2 days and 1 night of defending the city, the monk soldiers only participated in the defense of the city. This caused the soldiers of Phoenix Troop to be sacrificed for nothing. There were only 92 Yuzhou infantry soldiers left. Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai, who were both Dechu's twin jade annulus, were 1 main general and 1 deputy general of Liuzhou. The 2 were young but talented in the art of war. No matter what their original intentions were, from today onwards, their positions in the hearts of the Beiliang frontier army would become a watershed. This was because on the main battlefield north of Qingzhang city, Ko Jianghuai had defeated the Huang Songpu army. His actions of first dying to the Longxiang army and then the Liuzhou cavalry did not lose the respect of the Longxiang army. He also won the gratitude of the refugees in Liuzhou. On the other hand, Xie Shibian had the advantage in the Battle of Miyun. Outside Liangzhou Pass, everyone felt that Xie Shibian was more suitable than Ko Jianghuai to be the general of Liuzhou. Although Xie Shibian and Chao Wei's cavalry still managed to wipe out 10,000 infantry soldiers and 3,000 Southern Dynasty cavalry, there was no doubt that Xie Shibian had lost a lot of people's support. From this north-resisting city to the infantry commander's tent in Yuzhou, the Beiliang Governor-General's office and the left and right cavalry bases, they might all have doubts about Xie Shibian. This was because the Beiliang frontier army hated not helping people on the battlefield. This was because the Su family army had suffered many similar hardships in the early days when they were expanding the territory for the Liang imperial court. Xie Shibian's actions in particular were suspected of conserving his strength to gain military merits. Under the various actions of the young lord, the old general Yang Xinxing of the spring and autumn period was gradually accepted by the Beiliang frontier army as a deputy Jidushi. His right to speak on this matter was second only to Chu Lushan's protectorate. But the more this was the case, the more Yang Xinxing did not dare to act on his own. Therefore, he had to send someone to inform the young lord. Yang Xinxing knew that this matter was tricky and troublesome. It was not about how to appease the general of the Flying Phoenix army, or even how to deal with the deputy general of Liuzhou, Xie Shibian, who had 2 great military exploits. But if he was not careful, it would cause a split between the old and new generals of Beiliang. What was more troublesome was this situation that the entire Beiliang frontier army was aware of. The instigator was the young lord standing behind the desk. From the earliest Yuzhou cavalry general Yu Wandao, who was the commander of the Yuzhou cavalry, Xie Shibian, Su Huang, who held the power of Liuzhou, or even earlier, the Yuzhou General Huang Fuqiu, the Deputy General of the Heavy Cavalry, Su Beiji, and Chen Shiliang of Liuzhou. The new Prince Liang not only promoted young people, he also did not hesitate to make an exception to appoint a foreigner who had no connection to Beiliang. Therefore, this impeachment letter broke the window paper that even Yan Wenluan and He Zhonghu, who had deep roots in the border army outside of Beiliang, did not dare to, or more accurately, did not want to, break the window paper. Bai Yu took a few steps forward and picked up the letter. Mr. White Lotus, who had poor eyesight, almost pressed the letter to his nose. Such a comical scene, but no one could laugh. Liuzhou Provincial Governor Yang Guangdou, who was the #1 official of Liuzhou, after reading through the contents of the report, he used a meticulous small script to write a full 300 words, criticizing Xia Shibian's actions. His words were even harsher than the Phoenix Legion general guarding the city. Especially that sentence, "My Yuzhou infantry can die, but your Xia Shibian's monk soldiers can't die." This sentence pretty much hit the nail on the head of the entire northern Liang border army. Chen Shiliang's words were relatively gentle, but he still did not agree with Xia Shibian's actions. Liuzhou Deputy General Xia Shibian's actions did not go against the Beiliang military laws, but it was unforgivable. As for Liuzhou General Ko Jianghuai, who was not on good terms with Xia Shibian in West Chu's Guangling Road, his words were even more concise. Read it. Chapter 1941. Although Bai Yu's eyes were hurt from reading, it was only because he held the book at a higher height than ordinary people. This little celestial master of Mount Longhu was recognized as being able to read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything he saw. Therefore, he browsed through the memorial very quickly. He turned around and handed the memorial to Li Gongda. He was the first to break the silence and said with a smile, "Ko Jiangjuan's handwriting is not bad." Then there was nothing else to say. Yang Xinqing suddenly smiled bitterly. He thought that Bai Yu, who had a high status in Beiliang, could help him and the prince break the deadlock. He didn't expect him to be so shameless. The administrator took the memorial as if it were a hot potato. After a cursory glance, he wanted to say that Chen Bei's handwriting was actually not bad, but after a moment of hesitation, he decided to simply keep silent. He handed the memorial back to Li Yanchao behind him. Li Yanchao was the new deputy commander of the Right Cavalry, who was known as the Four Fangs of Northern Liang along with Ningame, Dian Xiongchao, and Wei Fuqing. Li Yanchao's betrayal of He Zhong's left cavalry and his action of joining the brocade partridge Zhou Kang's command had caused a stir in the Liangzhou border army not long ago. After Li Yanchao roughly read it, he didn't beat around the bush like Bai Yu and Li Gongda, the two leaders of Beiliang. He looked up and said directly to the young prince standing behind the desk, "I think that General Xia's action is not only not against the military law, but also excusable." After seeing the new prince nod, Li Yanchao continued in a clear voice, "Provincial Governor Yang suspects that General Xia does not want to lose the monk soldiers of Mount Lantua. However, I think everyone in the room knows the extent of the Battle of Miyun. What about the casualties of Chao Wei's 10,000 elite cavalry? What about the casualties of Xia Shibian's cavalry? I don't know Xia Shibian, and I have never even met him. However, I think I know a little about how to use troops. That is, Xia Shibian will haggle over every detail on any battlefield that he is in charge of. In this attack and defense of the Phoenix Legion town, if the monk soldiers of Mount Lantua had participated in the defense early and didn't deliberately show flaws, allowing the Beimang barbarians to attack the city many times, how could the 10,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry stay outside the city for 2 days and 1 night? If not for that, how would Chao Wei's cavalry be able to stop Beimang's remaining troops in time? In my eyes, General Fengxiang has done well in defending the city, and it is reasonable for Xia Shibian to be impeached for his fallen comrades. However, General Xia has done even more meritorious deeds." Li Yanchao handed the booklet to a lieutenant behind him, then he cupped his fists at the young lord and said in a deep voice, "If General Xia comes to North Rejecting City in the future, Li Yanchao would like to lead your horse for you." As the deputy commander of the Bailiang Frontier Army, he was willing to lead a horse for someone else. This was almost the highest praise he could give to the person who got off the horse. Butcher Su Shao had only led a horse for someone else twice in his life. This time, it was for the old soldier of the Lotus Seed Camp, Lin Dofang, who was still alive. The other time was for someone who had died in battle. He was leading the horse back to the camp for the corpse on the horse's back. Su Huang, who had a beautiful beard, frowned and asked, "Wang Ye, did General Xia come to this north-resisting city with a memorial to explain himself? We shouldn't just listen to one side of the story." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "There was a memorial, but it wasn't about the matter of Fengxiang defending the city. It only explained why he didn't let the 10,000 monk soldiers in the military town defend the town to the death, and why he didn't stop the 7,000 infantry soldiers who returned without any success. Regarding the fact that the monk soldiers of Mount Lantuo of the Linyao army did not take the initiative to leave the city, this was indeed a strange matter." North Resisting City was surprised. Since the facts proved that Xia Shibian had predicted the enemy's moves, then with Xia Shibian's decisiveness on the battlefield, he should have let the female bodhisattva of Mount Lantuo lead the army out of the city. With the speed of Chao Wei's cavalry that had shocked Liang Mang, they should have been able to stop the infantry soldiers at the southeast border of Gusaizhou. However, Xia Shibian missed out on this easily obtained military merit. In reality, as long as this deputy commander of Liuzhou could wipe out the 20,000 infantry soldiers and 6,000 cavalry of the Southern Dynasty's border army, and bring a perfect end to most of the western battlefield outside of Qingcang, then even with this impeachment memorial, North Resisting City would not be so hesitant. Since Bailiang established itself as a vassal through martial arts, in the end, military merits still counted. Yang Xinxing asked curiously, "Wang Ye, how did General Xia explain himself in the memorial?" Su Fengnian said calmly, "Xia Shi said that the battle in the west of Luzhou had already been settled. Beimang only left a few thousand foot soldiers and horses, so it would not affect the overall situation. However, the area north of Qingcang City in Luzhou is the main battlefield against the Pu tribe of Huangsong. Whether he has 15,000 Laotua mountain soldiers or only 10,000 monk soldiers to reinforce Qingcang City, the difference of 5,000 is like the difference between heaven and earth." Su Huang, who was well versed in military matters, was silent for a moment. He sighed and said, "I am also willing to lead General Xia's horse." Su Fengnian suddenly smiled, "Thank you for the 2 unbelievable victories at the western border." In the second battle, Ko Jianghuai even reduced the hundreds of thousands of cavalry in the Pu tribe of the Yellow Song dynasty to the level of infantry. The situation at Liuzhou is already clear. Next, it will be up to us outside the Liangzhou Pass. Then Su Fengnian sat on the chair that originally belonged to Yang Xinxing. He spread out a piece of paper and before he started writing, he raised his head and said to everyone, "I will write a letter to explain to the general of the Flying Phoenix Division. Everyone, I will have to trouble you with Jubei City and the area north of Jubei City." Everyone in the room felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Li Gongda turned around and stepped over the threshold. He smiled at the city magistrate beside him and said, "Our Wang Ye's handwriting is really good. It is full of vigor and spirit." Su Huang also smiled and said, "We are so far away. Aren't you afraid that the Wang Ye won't be able to hear you?" Li Gongda lowered his voice, "The Wang Ye is a grandmaster in martial arts." Su Huang gave him a thumbs up, "Admirable." Su Fengnian, who was thinking about the wording of the letter, did not know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, the spy from the Fu Shui division led a woman to the door. The woman was wearing a curtained hat. Then, the two stopped in their tracks. Even though this small house was worthy of being Bailiang's most important place, the spy still felt that it was inappropriate to introduce the woman's identity. Su Fengnian stopped writing and looked up. The spy did not make a sound. He only moved his lips cautiously. East Peak. Su Fengnian stood up in shock. Chapter 1942. Su Fingnian stood up and put down his brush. He had only finished writing half of the letter he was going to send to the military town of Phoenix when he told Yang Xinqing to leave the writing desk empty for now. The deputy judici, who had a profound state of cultivation not inferior to Li Gongda's, naturally agreed calmly. Su Fingnian let the head spy of the Dushui chamber return to the torture chamber first while he led the woman in the veil hat to the study next to the signing room of the second hall. When he personally closed the door gently, the woman took off the veil hat, revealing a face that could be described as beautiful. She, who could bring light to a simple study, was indeed a stunning beauty. In this North Jibei city, only the beautiful Jiang and I could completely suppress her. When Su Fingnian saw the lips of the spy of the Dushui chamber, the words that came to his mind were not the more natural two words of Dongyue, but the relatively rare Dongyue. This was the real reason why Su Fingnian was so cautious. It could even be said that this was a long and unknown wait. Before Su Fingnian inherited the throne, he had been waiting for the day when the truth would come to light. Back then, when he went to Beimang alone as His Royal Highness, it was like a chess piece at the end of the first stage. Even if the first soul-stirring battle of Beimang had ended and the second battle was in full swing, it could only be considered the middle game of the spring and autumn chess game. It could only be considered the real end of the game when he waited for this woman. Everyone knew that Nailan Yusi, who was more like a vassal king than Zhao Bing, the king of Yen, was the only surviving strategist of the spring and autumn period. He was often followed by 5 beautiful personal maids with strange nicknames, Fengdu, Dongyue, Shishu, 3 Corpses, and Qinglu. She was one of Nailan Yusi's maids, Dongyue. Facing the young king with the most military power in the Liang dynasty, she was calm and composed. She smiled and said, "Since your highness is so nervous, you must already know about the plan of my master and his old friends. This is even better. It saves me from wasting my breath." Su Fingnian did not sit down. He just stood near the ordinary boxwood desk and did not bring a chair for her. The two of them stood facing each other like this. He went straight to the point and said, "The pawns chosen by my master, including the king of the old north courtyard, Su Huainan, are all dead now. Who is left on your master's side?" Dongyue smiled and said, "Why don't you guess, your highness?" Su Fingnian narrowed his almond-shaped eyes and his face darkened. She turned a blind eye to this and clicked her tongue. Right now, it is widely known in the Central Plains that it took 10 years to cultivate Song Yushu, 100 years to cultivate Su Fingnian, and 1,000 years to cultivate Lu Dongxian. Your highness, your current performance is somewhat unworthy of the name. The 9 kingdoms of spring and autumn was a game of chess. Hong Jia's journey to the north was the curtain of the war of spring and autumn. It was not only the ending, but also the first move. The 4 scholars from the Central Plains, who originally belonged to different camps, worked together to set up the trap. Huang Longsher of the spring and autumn 3, Li Yishan of the tide listening pavilion, Li Yishan of the southern border, and Li Yishan of the Liang Emperor, Shi Yuanbenshi. Ever since the founding of the Great Qin dynasty, the northern grassland cavalry had invaded the south countless times, causing chaos in the Central Plains. The Central Plains commoners and commoners sought refuge and migrated, retreating from the north to the south time after time. Later generations were used to calling them crossing the south in clothes. For example, during the last years of the Yongxi dynasty, the Lu family blessed China, and the Sweet Dew crossing the south after the fall of the Great Feng dynasty. The Jiang family of Dechu, the most powerful family in China during the 9 kingdoms of spring and autumn, was regarded as the rightful successor of the Great Feng dynasty. However, roughly half a year later, an even greater scale of escape erupted. The most unyielding West Chu, the Southern Tang, the Western Shu, and the Western Shu, who were used to living a debauched and extravagant lifestyle, and the most sentimental Western Shu, in addition to a small number of Northern Han and Great Wei adherents, all headed north one after another. In the end, they mostly converged at the present-day Liangyu province of the northern Liang Path and the river province of the Tuhuai Path. Almost the moment before Su Shao was slaughtered and enfeoffed as a prince, they successfully fled to the northern Mang and southern dynasties Gusai province and Longyao province. Almost immediately before Su Shao was slaughtered and enfeoffed as a prince, they successfully fled to the northern Mang and southern dynasties Gusai province and Longyao province. Among them, there were many well-hidden key players. One was Su Shao, who had been enfeoffed as prince of another surname by the old Liang Emperor Zhao Li, suddenly declaring that he would kill all the scholars of West Chu and have their corpses block the estuary of the Guangling River. Because the Battle of the Western Wall was too bitter, regardless of whether it was the defeated De Chu Jiangshi or the victorious Su Shao, both sides were filled with resentment. As a result, when Su Shao, who was at the peak of his power, publicly announced these words in the imperial court of Great Peace City, not only was the court shaken, it also caused the remnants of West Chu, whose mountains and rivers had been shattered, to despair. That lame Su clearly did not even give them the opportunity to be peaceful dogs. Other than fleeing, what else could they do? Another time, Zhao Li's son, Zhao Bing, who was supposed to be the ruler of Western Chu territory by virtue of his military exploits, who later became the king of Yanqi in Nanjiang, not only did he not go to the richest Guangling circuit, he did not even go to Jinggan circuit and Qingzhou, which dominated the hinterland of the Central Plains. At that time, Zhao Li only intended to let this son, who was most like me, go to Huainan circuit, probably because he wanted to let Zhao Bing, who was good at war, and Su Shao, the only king of Liang with a different surname, be neighbors when Su Zhao's title as king of northern Liang circuit was a foregone conclusion. But in the end, Zhao Bing, who had wanted to go to the Liangliao Pass, went to the most unexpected southern border, a place that was vast but full of miasma. Unofficial history said that before the bloodthirsty Zhao Bing left the capital, he chopped down a 1,000-year-old cypress tree in the prince's mansion and swore to kill all the young men of southern Tang who were taller than a wheel to vent his anger. Coincidentally, when Zhao Bing was on his way south, southern Tang, who definitely did not resist tenaciously in the late spring and autumn period, actually rebelled and killed thousands of Gu Jintang soldiers who stayed behind. Zhao Bing originally wanted to deliberately wrestle with the new prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi, in Guangling circuit for fun. He had no choice but to suddenly speed up his horse's hooves and head south. The third time was when Su Shao was enfeoffed as Prince of Liang the earliest and Prince of Liang the latest. The key point that people did not think deeply about the first two times, Yuan Benshi, who was half an inch away from the Emperor of Liang, watched coldly from the sidelines because he was happy to see it happen. The Zhao family that he was loyal to wanted to truly let the fire of peace spread across the world. They had to let those 100 years of country, 1,000 years of family, noble families, move the tree and die. They wanted to let them obediently move to the Liang capital under the eyes of the emperor under the threat and intimidation of the two princes of Liang, which was very likely to come true. Like the scholars of the imperial examinations, all the heroes of the world will enter the Zhao family's jar, at the same time, to prevent future troubles. It could prevent the remnants of the countries that had lost their foundations from rebelling and could also ensure that when Liang went north to conquer the grasslands, there would be no worries in the south. It was a pity that at this time, unforeseen events occurred. Su Zhao's army traveled west very slowly. They enjoyed the scenery along the way and even stopped in Jizhou for a full month. When Yuan Benshi and the Liang imperial court realized that the situation was not right, they let Kai Nan, who was the minister of war and the #1 fierce general under Gu Jiantang, who was stationed in Gangnam-do, lead the army all the way to try to stop the flood of remnants that suddenly gathered in the northwest direction and force them to turn east and enter Taiyan City. Because the scale of Kai Nan's army was not large and they were extremely unfamiliar with the northwest terrain, in the end, they were still unable to stop that vast and mighty group of spring and autumn remnants. At the time, Jizhou's Han family, who had defended the border pass against the grassland horse hooves for generations, did not make a move that time, leading to the tragedy of their family's destruction. As Shang Julu's teacher and father-in-law, the old Grand Secretary of Liang, even though he indeed had personal grudges with Jizhou's Han family. To say that the old Grand Secretary alone caused the destruction of an enormous family that had been loyal for generations was overestimating the weight of that scholar and name in the imperial court, and also underestimating the old Grand Secretary's scholarly character. In reality, the truth was that the Liang imperial court did not dare to openly take their anger out on the Beiliang frontier army, so they could only make an example out of the Jizhou Han family. Apart from this, they also had Yang Shenxing, who was also a meritorious official of the spring and autumn period, lead troops into Jizhou. In addition, Kainan stationed troops at the Beiliang border, doing his best to reduce the space for retreat for the Beiliang cavalry. In this game of chess, four strategists sat on the four sides of the central plains, acting as national players. They rolled up their sleeves and placed a piece together. In the end, the person who needed to pick up a piece from the chessboard was His Royal Highness of Beiliang, who had inexplicably gone to Beimang. In the study, only the scent of books was faint. A man and a woman fell into a long silence. Su Fengnian suppressed the impetuousness in his heart and tried to be as calm as possible. Is Wang Sui, the consort of Eastern Yu, a chess piece of Nailan Yusi? The woman's eyes widened. The stunned expression on her face was not fake. She asked curiously, "Did Mr. Li not mention it to your highness?" Su Fengnian's heart trembled, but he said expressionlessly, "No." Nailan Yusi's servant girl was very intelligent. She immediately saw through the mystery and suddenly realized. So when Mr. Li passed away, he already regretted it. She tilted her head. Since Mr. Li changed his mind before his death and didn't want you to carry this heavy burden, Your Highness, why are you so persistent? Su Fengnian said bluntly in a deep voice, "People are dying everywhere in Beiliang. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." She glanced at the young king who was holding the sword with his left hand and raised her eyebrows. She was full of eagerness. Beiliang's sword has always been called Grand Su style by the military of the Central Plains. The implication is that all the swords in the world imitate Su style. Your Highness, can you let me have a look? Su Fengnian sneered, "Can a dead person lift a sword?" She pretended to touch her chest in horror. This is not the posture of asking for help. No wonder my husband said that the northwest is beyond the Great Wall. There was a sudden loud bang. This beautiful young woman had her back against the door. Her smooth and white forehead was pressed down by a hand. Chapter 1943. Blood oozed out from the corner of her mouth as they looked at each other. At the beginning, there was a mocking smile on the corner of her mouth, but when she looked at the young king's eyes, it was a kind of desperately trying to restrain the ruthlessness. On the verge of life and death, she couldn't help but remember that her master once laughed and said that when he was angry to the extreme, the scholars couldn't wait to cut off the arms of all the martial artists in the world, and the martial artists also couldn't wait to cut off the hands of all the scholars that held books. Just when she thought that Su Fengnian would kill her even if the secret was buried in the pile of old books, there was a light knock on the door. Then she saw the young king's face suddenly changed into a clean and warm smile. He glanced at her with undisguised disgust, then he let go of her hand and pushed her to a wall. He gently opened the door. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and turned her head to look. As a result, she saw a face that even she was stunned. After the woman of the same age stepped through the threshold, she immediately looked around. After seeing him, she quickly looked at him from head to toe, and then awkwardly put on a cute and naive look as if she didn't see anything. The woman who brought a pot of tea said to Su Fengnian indifferently, "Hee, the young lady said that you have a guest here, so I brought a pot of tea for you." Su Fengnian's mouth twitched. Jia, that girl who was observing in all directions, must have added that the guest was a beautiful woman. Otherwise, with Jiang Ni's temperament, she would be too lazy to care whether the guest in Su Fengnian's study was the Emperor of Beimang or the Emperor of Liang. Jiang and I seemed to have just found the big living person standing at the foot of the wall. She lifted the warm teapot in her hand and asked, "Young lady, are you thirsty? Do you want to drink some tea?" The maid, Dongyue, who had already wiped the blood, deliberately pulled her collar together and bit her lips as if there was a lingering fear in her heart. She was really pitiful. Jiang Ni suddenly widened her eyes and secretly stepped on the back of the king of Beimang's foot and twisted it fiercely. Dongyue saw that the poor king who had his back to her seemed to take a deep breath and then pressed his hand on the head of the peerless beauty. Compared to the palm that pressed on her forehead, it was much gentler. He smiled and said, "What are you thinking? This aunt who is good at retaining her youthful appearance is from Nanjiang. She is Naylan Yuxi's personal maidservant. She came here to discuss business with me. Just now, I didn't control of my strength, and I accidentally hurt her." The little mud man glanced at the pale woman. Although he was still a little skeptical, the words aunt were extremely important, so he relaxed a little. Su Fengnian resentfully retracted his hand and said helplessly, Okay, I won't close the door." She curled her lips and turned around again. Her voice was not soft as she said to herself, "If you don't have a guilty conscience, why don't you just close the door?" Su Fengnian sighed and shook his head gently. He turned around and put the teapot on the table. Then, he took out 2 white porcelain teacups that he bought from the market outside the North Jibei city. After sitting down, he waved his hand to the maidservant, Dongyue, and said, "Sit down and drink tea." She hesitated for a moment, but still moved a chair and sat across the table from the young king. Just now, the two of them had a falling out, but it was as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the study room was calm and peaceful. All of this was due to the woman who brought the tea. She had complicated thoughts. Right now, in the Central Plains, just the great city of Liang, which was known as the most virtuous city in the world, had countless extroverted young ladies who had almost eloped to Liangzhou just to see Su Fengnian. This was not some exaggerated joke on the streets. A person's life was less than 100 years, and it took 100 years to cultivate Su Fengnian. This new King Liang could be said to have achieved success by taking an unconventional path. She originally did not believe that a man in the world could be more romantic than her master. Seeing it with her own eyes today, although she still felt that he was not as good as her master, he was not far off. Su Fengnian leaned forward and poured a cup of tea for her. The woman's thoughts were as deep as the sea. The servant girl, Dongyue, who had been at loggerheads with the young king, straightened her expression and did not pick up the teacup. She slowly said, "Before I left, my master told me that the matter of the chess piece was only a telepathic connection with Tide Listening Pavilion's Mr. Li. The two of them had no contact after parting on the way to Graydon City. My master also said that because Mr. Li had spoken frankly at that time, he had guessed the identity of the chess piece that Mr. Li had chosen. With Mr. Li's cautiousness, it must have been Su Huainan. In fact, Su Huainan was the most unexpected. He actually succeeded in becoming the king of the northern courtyard of Beimang. My master also said that with Su Huainan's contradictory personality, this chess piece might not be able to last until the end. Of course, Su Huainan would not reveal the secrets of heaven. At most, he would choose to give up. Su Fengnian nodded and said, "When Su Huainan saw me at the bank of the Ruoshui, he could have lived, but the old man still chose to die. It was probably because he did not think that Beiliang could defeat Beimang. Rather than letting down the Central Plains and then letting down the Empress of Beimang, rather than being disappointed, it was better to not see and not be bothered by it and not do anything." The servant girl, Dongyue, raised the teacup and took a sip. She said softly, "My master said that his chess pieces were not as important as Mr. Li's. There were more of them, exactly 10 of them. However, after 20 years, most of them died young. 3 died of illness, 2 committed suicide. Because they had thoughts of betrayal, they were cleaned up by the men of sacrifice by my master's side. 2 more died. Therefore, on this trip to Beiliang, I, Dongyue, was the one who delivered the message for my master." Just as your highness had guessed, Wang Sui was one of my master's most attentive chess pieces. However, this old prince consort of Dongyue, one of the 4 great generals of the spring and autumn period, was the same as Su Huainan. Both of them showed signs of indecision. Compared to the other chess piece revealed in my name, Wang Sui was more selfish and harder to control. Su Fingnian fell into deep thought and did not speak. She said with a grave expression, "Your Highness, please remember the other person. His surname is Wang and his given name is Du. He once called himself Old Man Shanqiu." The old man himself did not have many achievements in the Southern Dynasty, but his family had cultivated a young man who could not be underestimated. Wang Jingchong is the current Dongyiabo of Beimang. Moreover, the Wang family's heart is definitely with the Central Plains. There is no doubt about it. Su Fingnian frowned. The Southern Dynasty's valiant border general Wang Jingchong was no stranger to the entire Beiliang frontier army. This person was currently leading his direct troops to Gusai Prefecture and was in charge of intercepting the Yulwandao cavalry that was penetrating deep into the enemy territory alone. Su Fingnian suddenly asked, "The last remaining chess piece?" She shook her head and said, "Regarding this person, my master said that it was not yet time to use him." Su Fingnian was stunned and said self-deprecatingly, "Could it be that he still has to wait until I defeat Beimang?" She said calmly, "Master did not say, so I naturally do not know." Su Fingnian did not make things difficult for this maidservant and did not ask further. Knowing the identities of Wang Du and Wang Jingchong's chess pieces was already a pleasant surprise. She did not finish her cup of tea and stood up. "My master finally said that Huang Longsher had finally chosen Zhao Zhu, the crown prince of Yanqi, as the true son of heaven. That was why the southern frontier army was able to move up north so smoothly. Master hoped that your highness could guard the northwest with ease. When you succeed in the future and help Zhao Zhu complete the magnificent feat of incorporating the vast grasslands into the new Liang territory for the first time in history, your highness and the Beiliang frontier army will definitely not be mistreated." Su Fingnian dismissed it with a smile. Before she left, she blinked her eyes and the corners of her mouth curled up. She whispered, after saying, "My master said so many times, I actually also want to say something off-topic. Your highness, you are more handsome than I imagined." Su Fingnian did not have any complacent expression. Instead, he immediately said to the direction outside the window in a hurry, "Jia Jia Jia, you are not allowed to tell this to Jiang and I." The confused maidservant, Dongyue, only vaguely heard a laughter coming from outside the window behind her. Su Fingnian reached out to touch his forehead and sighed. "It's over." The maidservant, Dongyue, picked up the curtain hat again and bowed to the young king who was about to get up to see her off. She gently advised him, "Your highness, you don't have to see me off." Su Fingnian glanced at the teapot and smiled bitterly, "Don't talk about drinking tea. It will be lucky if I don't drink arsenic." She left with a smile. She directly walked out of the mansion. After riding a horse and leaving the north-resisting city under the escort of the spies of the Fu Shui house, she looked back at the towering city wall and couldn't help but cry. She didn't know whether it was for her master or for someone else. In the city, Su Fingnian walked alone to the military office of the mansion. He sat back in the seat belonging to Yang Shenxing and continued to write the letter. He suddenly stopped writing and looked outside the house. In this secret meeting, the maidservant of Naylan Yusi did say a lot of truth. They were all the words from the bottom of Naylan Yusi's heart. But it was not necessarily true and not false. And he was the same. He had to tell the truth and the lies. But these were nothing. What made Su Fingnian sad was that the haggard counselor who had been imprisoned on the top floor of the Tide Listening Pavilion for 20 years, a peerless scholar who cared about the world, didn't even care about the ownership of the world for such a disappointing student like him. That man was supposed to be, but before he died, he didn't tell Su Fingnian in detail about the spring and autumn chess game, which was planned by Li Yishan and could be said to be the proudest of his life. He didn't leave anything, no last words, no words. Why did he regret before he died? Su Fengnian couldn't understand. After he finished writing the letter and handed it to the torture room, he took a pot of green ant wine and went to the ridge of the highest building in the north resisting city. He sat cross-legged and looked to the south. It was said that his master's hometown in the south was a small town with beautiful mountains and clear waters. There were stone arch bridges. Su Fengnian didn't drink. He lay down, holding the wine pot, and looked to the sky with tears on his face. Probably only when he secretly thought of Su Xiao and Li Shan and remembered their time. This young vassal, who seemed to have everything but also seemed to have everything to lose, was feeling a little wronged. Chapter 1944. This autumn rain was particularly long. It was a rare thing in Beiliang where there was little wind and rain, but it delayed the construction of North Jexiang City. Because of this, the administrator almost jumped up and cursed. He either stayed in his office and sighed, or went to the top of the city wall with an oil paper umbrella to watch the sky and bitterly waited for the sky to clear up. As a result, the water level of the river south of North Jexi City soared. The rainwater mixed with the yellow sand, making it extremely muddy. This made some of the young heroes and heroines who came to the bazaar outside the Great Wall to enjoy the scenery outside the Great Wall the most annoyed. It was supposed to be a cool autumn season, but the autumn rain made the ground muddy. They used to walk hand in hand with their admirers by the river at dusk every day, enjoying the scenery outside the Great Wall where the lone smoke in the desert stretched straight to the long river and the round sunset. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, they would hold the hands of the heroines and fairies, which could be considered a beautiful thing. But now, they could only complain that the heavens were not on their side. They could only hide in the inns and restaurants of the small town bazaar. This group of young people was traveling to the northwest this time. Most of them were seniors from the Jianghu sects or family friends who looked after them. All day long, they had to stare at those old fellows who had one foot in the grave. It was really boring. It was not that no one wanted to ride their horses to the west, but the area around North Jexi City was filled with the armored cavalry of the Beiliang Frontier Army. Perhaps the only people who did not have any complaints about this autumn rain were Miss Hehe and Suing in the red robe. The two of them would often pester Jia Jia to fly on her sword and bring them straight to the sky, breaking through the thick dark clouds. The moment they saw the light in the sky, Jia Jia would always be filled with joy. Even Suing would never get tired of it. Jiang Ni was already extremely adept at flying on her sword. As early as when Chao Chongqing brought her to Beimang, she had already seen the scenery in the sky. It was just that she was obviously very close to the young girl who had taken the initiative to serve as her ear and ear. When Dongyue, Nailan Yuxi's personal maid, visited the Red Robe residence, it was Jia Jia who immediately informed her. Afterwards, she also told her the contents of the conversation in the study room word for word. Therefore, no matter how unconstrained Miss Hehe's thoughts were, Jiang Ni, who was all alone and had no one to rely on in North Jeju City, never refused anyone who came to her. For example, when she looked up and saw the wild geese flying high above North Jeju City, she would fly on her sword and chase the wild geese to the south. Occasionally, she would even help Jia Jia catch 2 or 3 pitiful wild geese and tie a piece of paper to their claws. It was very childish. Last time, Jiang Ni wrote the sentence that Su Fengnian is a bastard. Su Ying, who never spoke, wrote he is not a bastard. Miss Hehe then had Jiang Ni write they are all right. However, it was unknown whether those wild geese that had suffered in the south would still dare to return north next spring. Later, the 3 women fell in love with the game of flying immortal. First, Jiang Ni flew into the sky above the sea of clouds. Before the first adventure, they must have discussed beforehand that they didn't dare to jump into the sea of clouds casually. After all, if they accidentally jumped into the sea of clouds and smashed a hole in Su Fengnian's mansion at lightning speed, they probably wouldn't be able to play in the future. The three of them picked the position of the great Liang dragon sparrow that was hovering above the river. Then, Jia, who was not afraid of anything, was the first to jump down. She put her hands together and her head was facing down. Finally, she fell head first into the mud at the bottom of the river. At that time, the young king, who was dealing with military affairs in the conference hall, suddenly felt a majestic aura that was like a flying sword that pierced straight into the earth. He immediately flew to the top of the city wall. As a result, he saw a funny scene that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Weighing the falling speed and the young girl's physique, Su Fengnian had to secretly take action, so that Jia would be able to reduce most of the momentum before she hit the river. Finally, he had to run into the turbulent river, splashing countless water, grab her feet, and pull the young girl out of the mud like pulling a radish. On the way down, the red robe that quietly controlled the aura fell not far from the river. Because it did not hit the ground head first like the young girl, it was not a big problem. However, the young king was like a drowned rat. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to get angry, the three women ran away. After that, the game went on as usual, but Jiang Ni's flying sword was much lower. She also chose to fly at night. Therefore, in the middle of the night, the loud sound of dumplings being thrown into the pot could be heard every few days. Over time, the people in the small town became accustomed to it. If it was only this kind of harmless nonsense, Su Fengnian would turn a blind eye to it. But one night, when the wind and thunder were particularly loud, the young king who was discussing the matter of grain with Bai Yu in the house heard an unusual thunderous sound from above. Su Fengnian immediately realized that the situation was not right. Sure enough, he caught the three sneaky women on the spot. Among them, Jia, whose hair was standing up and whose face was black, was tightly holding an iron rod that was intertwined with lightning like a white dragon. Her eyes were shining brightly, and she was full of joy of success. Su Ying was looking at her with envy. Only Jiang and I was the most cautious. After putting away the great Liang dragon sparrow into the sword box, she wanted to tiptoe back to the small house. Su Fengnian immediately flashed by, grabbed the little mud man's collar, and took her back to the courtyard. In the rain, the three women stood in a row. Jiang and I seemed to be looking up at the moon with an innocent face. Su Ying secretly looked at the fine iron rod in the girl's hand that was crackling with lightning. Jia, who did not realize that she was in trouble, looked at Su Fengnian with vigilance. Her face was saying, "Don't you think about my rod, or I will fight you to the death." Su Fengnian asked with a serious face, "You even dare to summon the lightning from the sky without permission? Do you want to die?" Jiang and I secretly made a face and muttered. Obviously, she was going to break the pot. Su Ying's face was blank and innocent. Jia simply turned around and was too lazy to argue with this guy. Chapter 1945. In front of the three people, Su Fengnian, who did not have the majesty of a vassal king nor the aura of a great master, waved his sleeves and cut off the curtain of rain above the women's heads. It was actually a small world of its own within the abbot. He bent his finger and gently knocked on the little clay man's forehead, then touched Su Ying's head, and finally turned Hehe's body over. He looked at the three people and smiled bitterly. During this period of time, there are a lot of things to do in the vassal mansion. I really can't leave to accompany you. This is my fault, the little clay man whispered. Who wants you to accompany me? Su Fengnian stared at her. Although in front of outsiders, the young vassal king could not do anything to her and always gave in to her so that the entire vassal mansion was in awe of this female sword immortal, but when Su Fengnian was really angry, Jiang and I was immediately beaten back to her original state. At this moment, she was standing in the same place like a cicada in winter, and even she did not know where to put her hands. Su Fengnian sighed and said softly, "In the future, if you want to go to the sky to play, it's okay. But remember, you must never go to the sky outside the territory of Bailiang." After the sage of the Zhang family turned into a rainbow, although the Confucian spirit accumulated for hundreds of years cut off the connection between heaven and man for the human world, a cornered dog will jump over a wall, let alone those celestials in the sky who are used to looking down on all living beings. In Bailiang, even if they want to take the opportunity to do something to you, I can at least help to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. But if I can't get to other places in time, you will be in danger. I'm not deliberately saying this to scare you. If I didn't sense it and went out of body to the side of the sea of clouds and watched coldly from the side, I'm afraid that the next thunder you receive will really be the heavenly thunder of purple clouds with hidden murderous intent. Jiang and I lowered her head guiltily and did not dare to look at Su Fengnian. Hee, the girl looked at the iron rod in her hand, which was still like dozens of slender white pythons, and was reluctant to part with it. Su Fengnian looked at the girl whose hair was standing on end and her face was charcoal black. He couldn't help but laugh. I didn't say that you can't keep the stick. You took such a big risk and got struck by lightning. The residual lightning on the stick can still last for a few days. There's no reason not to treat it as a treasure. Su Fengnian looked up at the curtain of rain and said to himself, it's just that it's impolite not to reciprocate. After hearing the young king say, I'll be right back, Jiang and I said worriedly, do you want me to lend you the great Liang dragon sparrow? Su Fengnian smiled and shook his head. His figure rose from the ground and disappeared in a flash. Not long after that, the three of them heard a thunderous roar from the sky. It was Su Fengnian shouting, get lost. Jiang and I was secretly speechless. This guy's courage was really big. In the night, two bright white rainbows cut through the sky. One fell into the grassland of Baimang, and the other fell into the territory of the Central Plains. After half an hour, Su Fengnian floated back to the ground. His hands were behind his back, and his expression was calm. Jiang and I asked curiously, did you fight with someone? Su Fengnian nodded and didn't explain in detail. In the face of the 7 immortals who were sitting in the clouds and spying on Northern Liang's luck, Su Fengnian beat up 2 of them, who dared to walk out of the gate of heaven, and turned them into banished immortals. Jiang and I took off the sword box and handed it to Su Fengnian with both hands. Su Fengnian was puzzled and asked, what? The little mud man wrinkled his nose, you take it for safekeeping, so that we don't get into trouble. Su Fengnian said helplessly, in the end, North Rejecting City is a boring place for you. I'm just angry that I can't let you have fun, not angry that you sneaked out to play. Who would believe that? In any case, the little mud man didn't believe him. Just now, he glared at him fiercely. Su Fengnian smiled. With his hands behind his back, he suddenly stretched out a hand. 3 to 4 inches above his palm, there was a fist-sized snow-white ball. It was actually condensed from the essence of lightning. The 3 girls immediately opened their eyes wide, as if they had seen the cutest thing in the world. Su Fengnian retracted his hand and allowed the ball of lightning to hover in the air in front of him. He reminded them with a smile, don't touch it with your hands. A normal Vajra physique won't be able to withstand an explosion. In today's world, other than me, perhaps only the white-robed monk Li Dongxin's prayer beads, Dong Tai's sword, and Tuoba's fist can remain unharmed after touching it. However, as long as you release a little bit of your qi, it won't consume too much energy and you can easily control this ball of lightning. Let me say this first, you can't let this little thing leave this courtyard, and you can't let it touch anything in the courtyard. Otherwise, I won't have the time and energy to help you get another one. Su Fengnian stretched out his hand and lightly touched the iron rod in the girl's hand. I left a trace of my qi on it. When you're not playing with the ball of lightning, it will automatically hover near the rod. Jiang and I and the other 2 nodded vigorously at the same time, really like chicks pecking at rice. Jia didn't say anything else. With a bang, she placed the iron rod on the limestone floor of the courtyard. Then, the ball of lightning began to slowly revolve around the rod. The 3 heads gathered together and stared intently at the little toy that was spinning leisurely. Su Fingnian, who was left aside, glanced at the cracked ground and sighed. He left the courtyard and returned to the house. When the figure of the young lord disappeared, the abbot world that was supported by his chi also quietly dissipated. The small courtyard reappeared in the rain. The three women moved the chairs and benches to sit side by side under the eaves. Jiang Ni suddenly came back to her senses. She turned to Jia Jia and said seriously, "Little Hee, the copper coins to repair the ground, you can't renege on the debt." The girl who was nicknamed Little Hee slowly shook her head. Jiang Ni frowned and said, "Jia Jia, you can't do this." Hee girl rolled her eyes and leaned over to whisper in Jiang Ni's ear. After Jiang Ni heard the secret words, she coldly snorted and said loudly, "Little Hee, you don't need to pay this money, I also won't pay. Isn't someone's female confidant all over the world? Even a woman that you've only met once will fall in love with him. Why would you lack these copper coins?" In fact, Su Fingnian, who had not walked far away from the courtyard, suddenly staggered and shook his head with a bitter smile. In order to escape the debt, Jia Jia was very disloyal to her friends. She leaked the last words of the maid, Dongyue, to Heaven's secret. Chapter 1946. During the summer, the heat stopped and the autumn air gradually turned serious. The eagles felt the air and hunted down flocks of birds. Every year at this time, the Bailiang frontier army would perform a ceremony that had been passed down for a long time. It was the eagle sacrifice ceremony. Some of the eagles that were carefully cultivated by the Fu Shui room to serve as the crossbowmen's arms would be released outside Liangzhou Pass. Hundreds of riders would go out and the eagles would soar high into the sky. It was a spectacular sight. Because the crossbowmen on white horses outside Liangzhou Pass had all been transferred to the battlefield in Liuzhou, the North Jibei city's manor was replaced by He Zhonghu's left cavalry. First, the old commander was seriously ill and only had the title of left cavalry in name. This eagle sacrifice ceremony was also the end of the old commander's career. Second, a new left cavalry deputy commander named Lu Deyuan, who had been away from the border army for more than 10 years, happened to be leading the hundreds of riders north of North Jibei city to release the eagles. On the day of the eagle's sacrifice ceremony, the sun was setting in the west. The North Jibei city's horse path was crowded with people. The right cavalry commander Jean Partridge Shou Kong, accompanied by Li Yanchao, slowly walked to the top of the city wall with a straight face. When he saw the old commander He Zhonghu, who had to wrap himself in a thick fur coat after taking off his armor, his expression became slightly better. The fierce border army general Li Yanchao, who betrayed the left cavalry and joined the right cavalry, had an indifferent expression. Only in the depths of his gloomy eyes was there a bit of guilt. However, he was still ashamed but not regretful. The young lord with a cold blade at his waist stood in the middle of the city wall. He looked into the distance and saw a flock of eagles soaring in the sky. He felt relaxed and happy. After seeing Lu Deyuan leading hundreds of riders back to North Jibei city, Su Fingnian turned his head to look at He Zhonghu beside him. His old body could no longer bear the bumpiness of the horse's back. Even hanging a blade and hanging an armor had become an extravagant hope. After the eagle's sacrifice ceremony today, the old commander would officially leave the battlefield. However, the old commander had no children and had no residence within the pass. Su Fingnian originally thought that based on the old commander's temperament, he would choose to retire in North Jibei city. After all, he could hear the familiar sound of horse hooves closer. Su Fingnian had even personally asked people to set up a quiet residence near the manor. However, in the end, the old commander actually wanted to take advantage of the fact that he still had some strength to go to North Jibei city to take a look around. He said that North Jibei city was Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall of Bailiang. He had long heard that it was rich and populous there. He had been dealing with horse dung outside the pass for 20 years. No matter what, he should go there to enjoy life and eat a few good meals. Su Fingnian was well aware that the old commander was lying when he said that he wanted to enjoy life. He did not want the left cavalry's commander-in-chief to meet him, the retired emperor, face to face from time to time. Even if the successor did not think this way and would not feel that his hands and feet were tied, the old commander still insisted on his opinion. Su Fingnian had no choice but to let Qin Yunshui, Lin Dofang, and the other elders of the Su family, who were of the same generation as the old commander, come forward to persuade him. However, it was useless. He Zhonghu, who had spent his entire life on the battlefield, was suddenly determined to leave. He Zhonghu suddenly sensed the young vassal king's line of sight. With a carefree laugh he said, "Wang Ye, don't try to persuade me. I, He Zhonghu, admit that my talent in leading troops in war is mediocre. The reason I was able to win those battles was because of the former Su family's old soldiers and the current Beiliang frontier army. I relied on being able to listen to other people's opinions. I am ashamed to say that I have been in the military for nearly 50 years. During the spring and autumn war, I don't dare to say that I led the troops in every battle, but I did not do any less than Lu Yuanji, Wei Taizhan, and the other old fellows. I don't know why, but in the end, I was the least injured, and I could not compare to the great general. I remember when the great general brought us to Beiliang. No matter how good our friendship was, in order to be able to fight for the position of a strong and powerful general, each and every one of us did not even care about face. Wang Ye, do you know how Wei Taizhan mocked me in front of the great general? Su Fingnian smiled and shook his head. The old man laughed and said, Lu Yuanji and Wei Taizhan, those two old bastards, were actually aiming for my position at that time. Lu Yuanji, who had studied for a few days, had a lot of evil ideas in his stomach. He did not want to be a bad person, so he urged the old coarse Wei Taizhan to tell the great general that I, He Zhonghu, suffered very few injuries on the battlefield, but I did not suffer any major injuries. However, I, who never got sick, might get sick and die. Therefore, when we fought the Beimang barbarians, He Zhonghu should not lead the cavalry to charge and break through the enemy lines. If He Zhonghu was careless and died, not only would he lose his life, but he would also lose the face of the border army. How could this be tolerated? Of course, I couldn't tolerate it. So, in a fit of anger, I went to the great general and pulled out the third-generation Su family saber that was hanging at that time. I left behind a ruthless sentence. Either I become the deputy commander of the cavalry, or I take the saber and chop that bastard Wei Taizhan to death. The great general had no other choice but to agree. Su Fingnian could not help laughing. The terminally ill old man no longer spoke. Together with the young vassal king who was not yet 30 years old, he gazed into the distant north. Back then, Xiaogo had meticulously collected a sea of intelligence related to the northwest border army. The Liyang Ministry of War had used this to come to a conclusion. The Beiliang cavalry was divided into mountains, and there were many conflicts between the cavalry and infantry. The relationship between the cavalry outside Liangzhou Pass and the Liangzhou cavalry outside Liangzhou Pass was even stiffer. The generals outside the pass and the military officials inside the pass also had mediocre relations. Therefore, the so-called 300,000 Beiliang cavalry could be united only because Ren Tu Su Xiao was not dead, enough to intimidate the heroes, and also because Chen Jibao, who had great prestige, was standing behind the old man. But during the transition period between the two generations of cavalry, it was very likely that there would be great turbulence. Yan Wenwan, as the head of the Beiliang infantry, would be determined to have Beiliang Protector General Chen Jibao take the position. Zhong Hongguo, He Zhonghu, and the other important mountain leaders who controlled the cavalry outside Liangzhou Pass might not be willing to lower their heads. Hudi's city's Lu Jinu would listen to Ren Tu's last wishes. Li Yanchao, Li Mofan, and Chao Xiaojiao were young and strong generals who were famous in Beiliang for being rebellious and difficult to tame. The Beiliang Protector General Chen Jibao and His Royal Highness Su Fingnian were mostly dishes. Among these generals, the existence of the spring and autumn old man He Zhonghu was rather special. While he and Yan Wenluan had once been Zhao Chongling's supporting dragon sect general, and thought highly of Chen Jibao, he was publicly recognized as the most loyal to the old prince of Liang, Su Shao, and the least selfish. Even the great Peace City Ministry of War, thousands of miles away, could see this scene. The Tide Listening Pavilion naturally saw it even more clearly. So Yan Wenluan's two deputy commanders, Wei Taizhan and Lu Yuanji, left the infantry. The spring and autumn old generals like Zhong Hongwu and He Zhonghu, who were of similar age and seniority, firmly held the border cavalry. Then Chen Jibao rode alone to Shu and betrayed Beiliang. The arrogant Zhong Hongwu lost his integrity. The power of the Beiliang cavalry was transferred to Yuan Zuozong, Jean Partridge, Zhou Kong, and the others. At the same time, the outsider great ancestor Gu was like a nail hammered into the infantry mountain as a deputy commander. Then, with His Royal Highness's approval and the secret support of Mount Qingliang, Chen Shiliang, a poor scholar from Gangnam-do, suddenly took power. While there was great resistance to the reform of salt and iron, causing Chen Shiliang to stumble and die, before some people could clap and cheer, Chen Shiliang started to set up 14 captains with real power. Su Fengnian, who had just been crowned as the king of Beiliang, was especially decisive. After Yan Wenluan met Su Fengnian, she maintained her silence. This caused the military reform that involved half of Beiliang Road to proceed smoothly. Chapter 1947. As for the Beiliang cavalry's gradual change in power, the Liang imperial court, which had already lost Grand Secretary Zhang Julu, was completely helpless. They could not sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight, nor could they interfere. However, in the end, the changes in the Beiliang frontier army all came from Li Yishan's words when he was alive. The Su family's 300,000 troops were enough to deal with Beimang's southern dynasty border army. However, if they were to face the grassland cavalry, they would not be able to handle it. The outcome would not change with the Beiliang cavalry being the best in the world. Therefore, the Beiliang frontier army needed a new batch of people to create a new atmosphere. If one said that Su Fengnian was biased towards Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang, between the two young strategists, in terms of selfishness, he might be biased towards Su Beiji. However, in Li Yishan's heart, his expectations for Chen Shiliang were slightly higher than Su Beiji when he was alive. Today, Chen Shiliang's reputation in the Beiliang frontier army, especially among the refugees and the Liuzhou cavalry, was not inferior to provincial governor Yang Guangdou and Liuzhou general Ko Jianghuai. He was also very close to Yulwandao Chao Wei and other young generals. Su Beiji, who was also the transport envoy and deputy provincial governor of Beiliang, could be said to be like the sun in the sky. During his time as the Lingzhou provincial governor, he had a deep relationship with Lingzhou General Han Laozhan and Huang Xiaokuai, who had real power within the borders. When he returned to the border army, the Su family's old soldier Lu Deyuan, who held a lot of power, led over 100 elite cavalry to appear outside the city walls. The old commander, who originally had his hands on the cold arrow pile, turned his body. He did not call the young man prince, only holding Su Fengnian's hand. The old man, who had mixed feelings, said softly, "It's been hard on you." Su Fengnian held the old man's hand instead. "It's a little hard, but it's not bitter." The benevolent old man asked with a smile, "Then I can rest assured." Su Fengnian nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, old general." The old man did not let Su Fengnian escort him out of the city. It was just a simple and crude carriage. The retainers were the 4 or 5 old soldiers who left the left cavalry with the old marshal. They were together in life and death. It was the same on the battlefield. After the carriage left the city, a rider had already stopped outside the city. The old coachman who didn't like this rider originally didn't want to stop, but He Zhong seemed to have expected this. He lifted the curtain and asked the coachman to wait for a moment. After the deputy commander of the right cavalry, Li Yanchao, got off his horse, he looked at the old man who was struggling to get off the carriage. He did not deliberately go forward to help him. He Zhong suddenly walked to Li Yanchao's side and stretched out his hand to pat the back of the warhorse. He smiled and said, "It is worthy of being the Bailiang horse that is unique to Silken Pasture. Although its leg strength is slightly inferior to that of Courtyard Pasture's A-class warhorses, it is most suitable for cutting through enemy lines." Li Yanchao's mood was complicated. He didn't reply. The Silken Pasture and Courtyard Pasture were located to the left and right of Lianglong. The former had a better relationship with Zhou Kang's right cavalry, while the latter had a better relationship with the left cavalry. This was because the elders in charge of the two pasture were mostly from the left and right cavalry. How could Mount Qing Liang and the Governor-General Manor order the allocation of A-class and B-class warhorses? Naturally, the pasture didn't have the authority to make any decisions. However, there were some top-notch A-class warhorses. Because of their scarcity, the pasture would naturally reserve them for the high-ranking officers of the left and right cavalry. This was also a reasonable move. The two generations of vassal kings of the Bailiang Su family had never interfered in this matter. After Li Yanchao was transferred from the left cavalry under He Zhong's command to the right cavalry, the first thing Zhou Kang did was to present this warhorse to this valiant general of the Bailiang's Four Fangs. The commander's seal and tiger tally were actually things that followed closely behind. The stooped He Zhong and the tall and sturdy Li Yanchao slowly advanced side by side. The old man said softly, "General Zhou's management of the army is strict. Most of the brothers by your side have violent personalities. After you are transferred to the right cavalry, you must not act arrogantly. Don't leave any evidence that can be used against you in trivial matters. It's not worth it." Li Yanchao nodded and said, "This general has already greeted my brothers." This time, Li Yanchao's official position change led to a significant change in the Liangzhou cavalry. This was because Li Yanchao was not only transferred to the right cavalry alone, more than 10 of his trusted lieutenants and commandants had also become Jean Partridge's subordinates. However, other than Li Yanchao who was promoted, the other generals were all transferred or demoted by one rank. After all, Zhou Kang's left cavalry had already established a solid foundation. If more than 10 people were suddenly promoted, the old men of the left cavalry would probably rebel. Fortunately, Zhou Kang and Li Yanchao had long reached an agreement on this matter. Li Yanchao's brothers were easy to talk to. From this, it could be seen that Li Yanchao truly had an extraordinary ability to control people. After all, in the officialdom, when one person achieved the Tao, all his chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. This was common sense. He Zhong suddenly smiled calmly and said softly, "Yanchao, I know you are very confused. Why did I tell you to give up when I clearly could have stayed on as the left cavalry's commander-in-chief for another year and a half? It is clear that I want to use an outsider's Yulwan Dao and not you, Li Yanchao, to take the first position of the left cavalry, right?" Li Yanchao nodded. This was like a family's property. No matter how big or small it was, if the father was willing to give it to an outsider rather than the eldest son of the first wife, anyone would have complaints. Especially if the eldest son of the first wife was not the kind of son who was destined to lose the family property. The old man suddenly smiled. "Li Yanchao, there is something that you young people may not care about, but old people like me, as well as Wei Taizhan and Lu Yuanji, all care about. That is that our family property in the border army is actually not ours, but the Su family's. It is the new and old Liang princes." The old man looked at the fierce general of Bailiang who wanted to speak but stopped. He waved his hand and said, "Don't be in a hurry to refute. Let me finish. There is no need to say more about the great general. Even you all are convinced. In reality, from the spring and autumn period to the present Xiangfu, from Liang to Beimang, no one is unconvinced. When it comes to the new Liang prince, you all may be convinced, but generally speaking, you cannot admire and respect the great general. To tell the truth, I, He Zhonghu, am no exception. However, don't forget, this is not a reason for us to have soldiers for ourselves. It is not a reason for us to treat the soldiers under our command as exclusive property. Of course, if you say that our young princes are ambitious and ruthless, just like the 3 generations of Liang Emperor, then you, Li Yanchao, Chao Xiaojiao, and the other famous troublemakers in the army, in order to protect themselves, everyone holds on to military power to leave a way out for themselves. I, He Zhonghu, can understand, but... The old man lightly stamped his foot on the road that was slightly softer after the continuous autumn rain. He continued, it is just that in Beiliang, from the 2 generations of vassals, to us old people, to Lu Jinu and Wang Lingbao, to you all, and finally to the young people who have just entered the border army, in this bitter and barren land, there is no need for ambitious and ruthless people. Our Beiliang cavalry only wants to be heroes. The old man finally reached out and patted Li Yanchao's broad shoulders. He smiled and said, since every one of the 300,000 cavalrymen is a hero, then does it make a difference whether you, Li Yanchao, kill the enemy in the left cavalry or the right cavalry? In my opinion, there is no difference. The old man turned and walked towards the carriage. He raised his arm high and gently waved goodbye. Li Yanchao faced the old man's back and straightened his back. He cupped his fists and said in a clear voice, Old commander, please wait. Watch how I, Li Yanchao, destroy the Beimang cavalry. The old man did not stop and did not speak. He only cupped his fists high above his head. Chapter 1948. In the study room next to the second hall's signing room, an old man and a young man were sitting on 2 chairs, a stool and a chess block, chatting. The chess piece was placed on a small stool, so the 2 people playing chess could only hold their respective chess boxes. At first, when they heard that a fierce battle was imminent, even Li Gongda of the front hall, and Bai Yu of the household hall, came to watch the battle. Some military counselors who had nothing to do for the time being even came together in a grandiose manner, causing the study room to not even have a place to stand. It was enough to show that the outcome of this battle on the Rowan board was eye-catching. After all, one of the players, the young vassal king, was not only Li Yishan's brilliant disciple, he was also regarded as the younger brother of the 11th Dan great national player, Su Weisheng. There had long been rumors that Su Fengnian indeed had an extremely tenacious chess muscle and great chess strength. As the opponent of the young vassal king, Chancellor Wang was even more of a learned scholar who was like a grandmaster in the literary field of Liang, and was also Su Weisheng's teacher. Although there had never been a famous chess game that was passed down to the world, everyone felt that even if Chancellor Wang's chess strength was not as good as Su Weisheng's, he should still be a match for the young vassal king. Especially when the old man placed the white chess pieces, his elegant demeanor of rolling up his sleeves with one hand and twirling the chess pieces with the other hand was really dazzling. He was indeed worthy of being the second chair of the Shangyin Academy, a scholar, a sage, and a moral grandmaster. Probably because the old man's aura was too strong, almost no one saw the helpless face of the young king who was being challenged. Mr. White Lotus, who didn't care about trifles, squatted beside the chess block, wishing that he could stick his eyes on the chessboard. Along with Chang Sui, Su Huang, and Su Weisheng, Jean Baosher was one of the disciples of Han Guzi. She stood behind the old man without any expectation. She didn't want to come here to make a fool of herself, but she couldn't stand this old man's pestering, so she pulled him here to boost her courage. In the old man's words, this old man and Su Fengnian's chess skills were on par, and the odds of winning were 50-50. If there was a peerless beauty by his side encouraging him, he would be able to take down the Su Fengnian in one fell swoop. However, Jean Baosher knew the old man's chess skills very well. He was really a stinky chess player. Not to mention that he was miles away from her senior martial sister Su Weisheng. If she played against him, she would be able to beat the old man until he threw away his helmet and armor. She would definitely win every game. However, Jean Baosher and Su Fengnian knew the true weight of the old man, but the people in the room and the heads crowding at the window didn't know. Therefore, after more than 10 moves, Bai Yu, who was proficient in chess, frowned and was confused. Those people who were in the dark felt that it was really King mysterious. Chancellor Wang was indeed a national chess player. Every time he placed a chess piece, not only did it return to its original state, but it also had a lingering aftertaste. It must be extremely brilliant. It must be their short-sightedness that they couldn't see the old man's profound layout. How could it be that the old man didn't have enough strength and randomly placed a chess piece? After about 30 moves, Li Gongda had already rolled his eyes and left with his hands behind his back. Many of the counselors who saw through the trick also silently left with a strange expression. Over time, when the chess game reached the ending stage, there were only 4 people left in the room: the seated chess players, the squatting Bai Yu, and the standing Jean Baosher. The old man, who felt that the situation was very good, turned his head to Jean Baosher and said proudly, "Daughter, how is it?" This old man's nickname of the chess saint Ironhead Wang is definitely not an undeserved reputation, right? How ferocious is his chess skills? Look at our Wang Ye, he is retreating step by step without any strength to fight back. The old man muttered to himself, "All right, I'll change my nickname in the future. I'll call myself Iron Cavalry Wang. It's exactly the same as the Bailiang Cavalry. Their battle prowess is the best in the world." Then the old man smiled and lowered his head to look at Bai Yu. "Mr. Bai Lian, you have been squatting on the ground for a long time. Are you deeply intoxicated and unable to extricate yourself?" "Don't worry, this old man can understand." Bai Yu raised his head with a blank expression. "My feet are numb, I can't stand up." The old man's mouth twitched, and he snorted coldly. Su Fengnian silently placed his chess piece and slaughtered a big dragon. In an instant, the white chess pieces were reduced to 7 or 8 pieces. The young king leisurely picked up the dead chess pieces from the chessboard and threw them one by one into the chess box on the old man's leg. The old man, who returned from the dumbfounded state, was about to stretch out his hand to stop the young king, but the young king squinted his eyes and said, "What, do you want to withdraw your chess piece? This time, you can withdraw your chess piece, but don't think about coming to the study room to play chess with me in the future." The old man weighed the pros and cons and laughed. "This chess game is magnificent and wonderful. This old man, although defeated, is still glorious." Bai Yu finally stood up, bent down and rubbed his legs, and said to himself, "In the future, if I come to this study room to watch people play chess, I will poke my eyes." The old man turned a deaf ear to his words and still had a satisfied look on his face. Jean Baosher picked a chair and sat next to the chess block to help the 2 men clean up the chess pieces. The old man held the chess box with both hands, restrained his smile and asked, "Do you know what Nayland Yisi is planning?" Su Fengnian put the chess box on the corner of the chess block. "Generally speaking, he wants me to help Yan Qi King and his son to delay the grassland cavalry for at least 1.5 years. Chancellor Wang said in a deep voice, "You agree?" Su Fengnian leaned forward and pinched a chess piece with 2 fingers, smiled faintly and said, "For this kind of thing, it's not about whether I agree or not, because it's meaningless. If I agree, do you really believe that Xan Liang will treat the Bailiang frontier army well? If I don't agree, do you think the Bailiang cavalry won't fight the Baimang barbarians?" Chancellor Wang's words were earth-shattering. Jean Baosher, who was bending down to collect the chess pieces, was so shocked that his hands trembled. "Then have you ever thought of meeting the old woman in private to divert the trouble? Let the Liang and Liao border army be in a mess, and then let Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu, who have taken over Great Peace City, clean up the mess. Bailiang will reap the benefits. Not to mention anything else, at least there will be fewer deaths." Su Fengnian said calmly, "I have thought about it." Jean Baosher's eyes widened, his face instantly turning pale. Su Fengnian smiled, "But it's just a thought." The old man's expression was dark and hard to understand. He stared at the young king's eyes, trying to find some clues. The old man let out a breath. May I ask why? Su Fingnian gently put the chess piece back into the chess box. It's hard to distinguish between black and white in the world. But there are right and wrong in the world. The old man said impatiently, You brat, to put it simply, don't try to mystify things just because Jean girl is here. To be honest, even if this girl is willing to like you, do you dare to like her? Jean Boucher's face turned red as he stared angrily at the old man. Su Fingnian said helplessly, to put it simply, it's very simple. If Su Xiao was still alive, when faced with Northern Mang's million cavalry knocking on the pass and pressing down on the border, wouldn't he secretly run over to the old woman and tell her that he would lead the troops to attack Gu Jiantang, and that we would call a truce in Liangmang? The old man said exasperatedly, that's not the same. Su Xiao is Su Xiao. That old woman liked your father in the past, and your father, as a man, couldn't put down his face and didn't want to open his mouth. There's nothing strange about that. But you, Su Fingnian, are different. Su Fingnian did not answer the question. He looked at the old man and asked, if the Beiliang cavalry doesn't fight, are they still the Beiliang cavalry? The old man slammed the box heavily on the chessboard and reprimanded, You're already at death's door, why are you still acting like a hero? Su Fingnian's expression was normal. You can ask the Beiliang frontier army about this question and ask them if they agree. In the first battle of Liangmang, Liangzhou's Huda city, Liuzhou's Qingsang city, and Yozhou's gourd mouth, there were so many border soldiers. It's not that they're at death's door, they're already dead. It's useless to tell me that fewer people will die. The old man scolded, You're all idiots. Su Fingnian said angrily, Don't take advantage of your seniority. I'll really beat you up. The old man stretched his neck and made a chopping gesture, Come, you brat, come over here. Su Fingnian immediately smiled mischievously, I don't dare, I don't dare. Come, let's play another game of chess. I guarantee you'll win. The old man was skeptical, Really? Su Fingnian said in a serious tone, A gentleman keeps his word. The old man immediately changed his mood, Jean girl, don't clean up. I'll play another game with this well-deserved Yilan national master. You can watch me kill everyone. The second game of chess ended quickly. The old man who was killed by the dragon got up angrily, waved his sleeves and left. He didn't even take the chessboard and the box. Jean Baofu didn't take back the chessboard and the box. Before leaving the study, she secretly gave a thumbs up to the young lord. Su Fingnian laughed it off. At this time, a spy from the torture chamber came to the study and whispered, Deputy Judici Liu came with 7 Liu family's children. Su Fingnian rubbed his eyebrows and nodded, Let them come here. The Liu family of Qingzhou was once a well-deserved noble family of the Jinggan Dao. It had many branches and leaves. Especially in the early years, under the shade of the old master Liu Feiqi, this towering tree, it could be said to be full of vitality. Among the Green Party, which was known for its love of unity, it was still known as the most outstanding branch of the Liu family. However, in the early days when the family moved to Beiliang, it was quite bumpy. The children of the Liu family had no achievements in the officialdom of Liangzhou or the literary circle of Beiliang. The main reason was that Liu Dongjiang, as the head of the family, had no official position for a long time. It was even rumored that his relationship with the future princess of Mount Qingliang was very sensitive. For more than 400 people of the Liu family, it was tantamount to one disaster after another. That confused time was the bleak time that the children of the Liu family didn't want to recall the most. Even the innocent children in the family were influenced by the elders. Their laughter gradually decreased, and the slightly harmless mischievous behavior would be loudly reprimanded by the depressed elders. Gradually, the crying gradually increased. Originally, the Liu family mansion in Liangzhou was full of guests because of its strong family background. Now, it changed from a sparse carriage to a deserted house in just a short year. However, the Wang family, which was also the in-law of the Su family in Mount Qingliang, was like a fish in water. Even the two ranches in Qianli and Tianjing were busy with the Wang family's children. Wang Linquan, who was originally the richest man in Qingzhou, was privately called the god of wealth by the officialdom of Beiliang. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the god of wealth Li Gongda. Chapter 1949. People were not afraid of being together. They were all in the same boat, but they were afraid of being compared with each other. The meteoric rise of the Wang family made the noble Lu family more and more discontent. It was said that a proud son of the Lu family, who had just entered the Liangzhou government, was ostracized by his colleagues. In a fit of anger, he threatened to return to his hometown and said to his uncle Lu Dongjiang, "I'd rather be a ghost in Qingzhou than a dog in Beiliang." All of this suddenly changed with the formal confirmation of Lu Qingyan as the future princess of Beiliang. First, a handsome son of the Lu family was able to hold a position of real power in the construction of Beiliang City. His rank was not high, but it was the beginning of the resurgence of the silent Lu family in the officialdom of Beiliang. After that, Lu Dongjiang, as the backbone of the large family, was even more prosperous and unstoppable. He was promoted all the way until he was now the deputy administrator of a province. He was a secondary class 2 official and a real governor of a frontier. In the whole territory of the Central Plains, the famous scholar Lu Huabua, who was only in his early 40s, could be considered the youngest local civil official leader. This time, Lu Dongjiang rushed from Lingzhou to north resisting city. There were 6 young people from the Lu family in the caravan. There were 4 branches in the Lu family, and each branch had at least one person who received this honor. They were able to meet the young vassal king together with the vice administrator. In addition to Lu Qingsong, who was an outstanding talent of the younger generation, who was originally an official in Beijing, there were a total of 7 young people following behind Lu Dongjiang. Under the guidance of a military counselor wearing a green gown with a seal and ribbon hanging from his waist, they headed toward the study room next to the second hall's Chushi Hall. Lu Dongjiang deliberately asked Lu Qingsong to walk side by side with him. Lu Qingsong was now in charge of the new city's provisions. He was officially promoted from a turbid to a clear rank. In layman's terms, he was promoted from an official to an official. Therefore, the deputy administrator, who had high hopes for Lu Qingsong, was full of smiles. Listening to the son of the Lu family talking about some interesting stories in Beiliang City, he nodded frequently and could not hide his gratification. After the unification of the Central Plains, the Liang imperial court, which had once suffered from the disaster of the separatist regime of the vassal towns, delegated far less power than it gathered. Apart from the Wangye who had been conferred the title of king or vassal, even if you were an important minister at the border, such as Jingshi or Jidushi, you absolutely did not have the right to establish your own government. Arbitrarily choosing an advisor to serve as an imperial court official with inferior rank was a major crime, which was to migrate thousands of li. However, Northern Liang was an exception. Regardless of whether it was the Liangzhou border army or the Guanyi officialdom, as long as one reached the 3rd rank, both the old and new generations of vassal kings would turn a blind eye to it. They had always allowed the handful of civil and military officials to set up their own manners and select their own aides and staff. Mount Qingliang and the Protectorate General Manor would basically happily approve of that extraordinary May. Beiliang was an exception, and Lu Dongjiang was also an exception. However, the deputy administrator was a famous scholar. He cherished his reputation and did not promote the members of the Lu family to high officials. There were more than 10 people scattered, most of whom were just some minor officials who had just entered the ranks of the Qing stream. Perhaps this was a return of a favor to the son-in-law surnamed Su. The young man walking at the end of the line was from the 4th branch of the Lu family. There were few men in the 4th branch. When the ancestor Lu Feiqi was alive, the 4th branch was dispirited. This young man named Lu Qingqing took advantage of the fact that he was the tallest among the shortest. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to show his face in the study room. Lu Qingqing had been a nobody in the Lu family since he was a child. His aptitude was average and his literary talent was average. Naturally, Lu Dongjiang regarded him as a stupid junior who could not be of great use. However, he was gentle and never caused trouble, so he was not worrisome. This time, when they came to Bailiang City to meet the Lord, they brought along this silent young man whose father had died long ago. Lu Qingqing was alone at the end of the line. His footsteps were steady and he looked straight ahead. He did not look around curiously like other young men of the same generation, nor did he look complacent like the two Lu family members in front of him. Unlike the famous Lu Qingsong and the others, Lu Qingqing was still studying hard after he moved to Bailiang with his family. Therefore, when the Lu family collapsed, this young scholar who had no support in the family was the least disappointed. When the Lu family rose rapidly, he did not ask for an official position from the head of the family, Lu Dongjiang, who had both hands full of seals and ribbons, but went to the Green Deer Cave Academy in Yuzhou to study. His life was still ordinary. Until now, no one knew his identity as a member of the Lu family. When his classmates gathered, they would discuss current affairs and state affairs and sing loudly. Lu Qingqing, had never been mentioned. This time, when the family sent a letter to ask him to leave for the border in advance, Lu Qingqing came. He only carried a bookcase and gritted his teeth to hire a carriage. Then, he waited alone in the market town outside the city for the mighty deputy provincial governor. When Lu Qinghe, a peer of the third branch, learned that there was no senior official coming out of the city to greet them, he complained that the people in the city were too careless. If it were in Great Peace City, with his uncle's prominent identity, even if the minister of the Ministry of Rights did not come out to greet them, there should at least be an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights waiting outside the city. Lu Qingqing, who was ridiculed by his peers as a blockhead, still looked on coldly as usual. He only listened and did not say anything. The vassal king's study next to the summer-seeking hall was not big. There were only 4 chairs. The young vassal king had one. Of course, Lu Dongjiang had one. Lu Qingsong, who was the local bully of North Jiqing and the top young disciple of the Lu family, also had one. As for the last chair, after Lu Dongjiang sat down, his eyes indicated for Lu Qinghe to sit down. However, other than the look of an elder encouraging the younger generation, there was also a hint of warning not to complicate matters. This Lu Qinghe was the disciple of the Lu family who did not have a good time as an official in the Liangzhou Yamen and resigned. He was also the young famous scholar who left behind those harsh words. It was a pity that this was in Bailiang, where martial prowess was weak and literature was weak. Perhaps if it were in the Central Plains in Jiangnan, this would be an elegant story that would cause a sensation in the scholarly circles. Lu Dongjiang had long admired Lu Qinghe. He had personally praised him as the high standard of the Lu family. High standard meant high branch, which implied the height of the mountain tree. When Lu Qinghe was young, Lu Dongjiang did not hesitate to advocate for him in the literary circles of Jinggan Taoism. Lu Qinghe did not disappoint and earned himself the nickname of Little National Scholar. He was the only young man who could compete with the relatively more pragmatic Lu Qingsong. As for the dull and quiet Lu Qingqing, he was afraid that he did not even have the qualifications to be looked at seriously by the 2 young men of the same generation. There were 4 chairs in a study room. At that time, the young king stood at the door to greet them. After leading them into the room, he smiled and stood behind the ordinary desk. He stretched out his hand and pressed down. After his father-in-law Lu Dongjiang and the 3 young men were seated, the young king slowly sat down. The study was not big, but there were a lot of books and files. There was no ice basin filled with ice placed in the corner. Even if the young king had opened the window before, it was inevitable that it would be a little cramped and hot. This made the Lu family's children, who wore tight clothes in order to not lose their etiquette, somewhat uncomfortable. Several young people standing behind Lu Dongjiang, Lu Qingsong, and Lu Qinghe were a little surprised after looking at the study from the corner of their eyes. The formal study used by the king to deal with important military affairs was too simple and crude. It could be described as shabby. In the early years, they were far away in Qingzhou, Jing'an province. They were very curious about the degree of extravagance in Beiliang's Wutongan. There was an interesting story in the literary circle of the Central Plains. There was a literary talent in Gangnam-do. He scolded Su Shao as the most important thing to be an official in the imperial court. After he retired to the countryside, he belittled Beiliang's border affairs as the most important thing in his life. The old man, who was from an ordinary aristocratic family, was good at writing graceful poems in his later years. His words were gorgeous, and he especially liked to describe fun and drinking. He was praised by the Gangnam-do literary circle as writing about the affairs of the rich and noble family, with a melodious style. It can be described as a hall full of gold and jade. However, it was unknown how it spread to the poor Beiliang. His Royal Highness sent a letter to the old man's mansion. The general idea was that the old man, who was from a poor family, had never touched the threshold of wealth in his life. The letter was full of gold and jade, which was vulgar. At the end of the letter, he also gave a gift of 1,000 sounds of rain hitting the banana leaves, 10,000 koi fish sitting in front of me. The implication was no doubt that the old man, who was only an official of secondary class 3, had seen a little bit of romance. Chapter 1950. After the old man received the letter, he was furious, but he also acted as if he had received a treasure. He immediately went to the court to accuse the Beiliang Su family, saying things like, Su Shao privately embezzled the funds of the Northwest Border Army, stuffing his own pockets to the extreme, shocking, and, Beiliang is poor, the Su family is rich. These famous sayings that were frequently used by officials and loyal officials were first spread from the mouth of the bone scholar old man. However, after so many years, when the news of 10,000 great snow dragon riders from northern Liang coming down to Jiangnan spread, the old man who had once said, I am willing to kill Cripple Su with a headbutt, immediately moved his entire family to Great Peace City. In one night, everything that could be moved was moved away. Not a single item was left behind. The conversation in the study, although the young king was not wearing his official robe, Lu Dongjiang was wearing a meticulous official robe. However, from beginning to end, there was not the slightest hint of a monarch and official meeting. It was more like a normal conversation between a father-in-law and son-in-law. Even when it came to official matters, the young king also had a smile. Most of the time, it was the deputy administrator talking. The young man listened carefully and did not have the slightest impatience. During this time, the young king even personally poured a cup of herbal tea for everyone in the room. The tea leaves were white frost tea from Lingzhou. Like the green ant wine, they were all rustic and belonged to the summer tea. It was not chewy and had a strong astringent taste. Only the poor old tea drinkers of Lingzhou were willing to taste it. The reason why the white frost tea could be chosen by the old King Liang, Su Shao, as the tributee of the Qingliang Mountain Wang Mansion and the Beiliang Frontier Army was because there were more than 800 people who had entered the Liangzhou Frontier Army at the same time. Coincidentally, they all became fellow soldiers. In a battle outside the Great Pass, the 800 riders took the initiative to bring up the rear and all died in battle. In the sparsely populated Lingzhou prefecture, there were only 3 small counties. At that time, almost every household was dressed in white frost. In this regard, the children of the Liu family probably had not even heard of it. They were just wondering how the young king, who was used to the most luxurious and leisurely days in the world, could eat this. Of course, most of the young people, as long as they could drink this cup of tea, even if it was disgusting, they would still be happy. Only Lu Qingqing, who was standing in the corner, felt bitter. Even on the short journey into the city, he had been listening to Lu Qinghe and the others talk about the antiques and treasures that had flowed into the people from Beiliang Palace. Each of them had picked up a few pieces by luck, and each of them had regretfully missed a few. Lu Qingqing didn't have any spare money. Even if he did, he wouldn't buy it. At this moment, Lu Qingqing looked at the young king, who always smiled warmly, and felt that the aftertaste of the cup of tea was even more bitter. Lu Dongjiang should also know that the war outside the pass was in full swing, and the young king needed to personally deal with the heavy work, so he did not stay for long and quickly got up to leave. After the young king got up, he picked up a long brocade box placed in the corner of the table, walked around the table, and handed it to the deputy administrator. He smiled apologetically. "There is nothing good here. This box of a bamboo pipe purple all was specially sent from Wutongin by me. It's not worth much, but it's rare." Lu Dongjiang's eyes lit up. He took the box and laughed. "Your Highness is very considerate." From the Great Feng dynasty to the Spring and Autumn Southern Tang dynasty, the purple and green alls in Julin County of Feng Province were tributes. The law clearly states that the annual tribute is 5 taels of green alls and 4 taels of purple alls. The purple alls are the most precious. Unfortunately, after the fall of the old Southern Tang dynasty, the war affected Julin County, and almost no grass grew. This kind of small purple all really became extinct. It is said that even the imperial study in Tai and city only has 2 or 3 small purple alls, and they are reluctant to use them. Your Highness, to tell you the truth, I have been searching in Qingzhou for more than 10 years in my early years, but I still couldn't find it. Fortunately. The young king smiled and said, "This can be considered a lucky hit." Lu Dongjiang came in high spirits and returned in high spirits. The children of the Lu family must also be honored. Just when the young king got up to send them out of the study, Lu Qinghe suddenly stopped and turned around and asked, "I heard that when your Highness was still His Royal Highness, you once wrote the poem, 1,000 sounds of rain hitting the banana leaves, 10,000 koi fish." Su Fingnian nodded and smiled. "It's true." Lu Dongjiang knew something was wrong, but before the deputy provincial governor could say anything to stop him, Lu Qinghe, who was like an all out of a bag, said bluntly, "Wang Ye's original intention is to use this to belittle the fake wealth of the famous Jiangnan scholar Han Jiajing, right?" Su Fingnian's smile did not diminish as he nodded lightly. Lu Dongjiang, who was holding the brocade box, had already resigned himself to fate. In fact, deep in his heart, he was also looking forward to a lucky hit. Lu Qinghe said bluntly, "But your Highness's words are tantamount to the pot calling the kettle black. The wealth poem made of golden words is naturally not real wealth. But your Highness's koi fish in tide listening lake, Wutongin's 1,000 banana leaves, and my poem, a light breeze flipping through a book in a small room, the hanging lantern in a tall building melts the moon, how about it?" Su Fingnian smiled even more. "It's easy to judge who's better. In fact, my second sister also scolded me fiercely like you, saying that I'm not as good as the old man surnamed Han. Suddenly, I'm rich, and I don't even have Han Jiajing's subtle skill of putting up a facade." This time, Lu Qinghe was speechless. He really didn't expect that the young king would expose his own shortcomings like this, and the beautiful draft in his stomach suddenly became useless. Su Fingnian asked with a smile, "You are Lu Gaobiao, Lu Qinghe, who said, 'I'd rather be a ghost of Qingzhou than a dog of Beiliang,' right? Your sister once mentioned you to me in Wutongin, saying that you're too talented." Lu Dongjiang tried to smooth things over. "Your Highness, this kid has some talent, but he doesn't deserve the word talented." Su Fingnian smiled but didn't say anything. In addition to the satisfied Lu Dongjiang, the group of young people once again respectfully bowed and said goodbye. Lu Qingqing was still walking at the end of the group. For some reason, this nobody from the 4th branch suddenly turned his head and saw the young lord looking at him with a smile. At the same time, the young lord gently threw a small object to him. Lu Qingqing subconsciously reached out and caught the cold object that looked like a seal. After holding it in the palm of his hand, his face was blank. The young king smiled and winked at him, then turned and walked into the study. Lu Qingqing, who was sweating profusely, tried to keep calm and continued to walk slowly. He slightly loosened his hand and looked down. Sure enough, it was a small private seal made of mud and fat white jade. The one in the palm of Lu Qingqing's hand was a seal of appreciation. This kind of seal was used to seal paintings and cultural relics. It was popular in the Dafeng dynasty and flourished in the spring and autumn Nine Kingdoms. The word fake was engraved on the seal. This private seal was definitely the most legendary seal of appreciation. It was very likely that it would not be surpassed even after hundreds of years. The priceless paintings in the world, which were destined to be passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, were all engraved with these two words. Lu Qingqing looked absent-minded and lost. He couldn't figure out why the young king would throw such a significant object to him. He couldn't figure out why he didn't give it to the shrewd Lu Qingsong, the sharp Lu Qinghe, or even the head of the Lu family, Lu Dongjiang. Su Fengnian sat back at the table and smiled. For the young man Lu Qinghe's pretense of being noble, he only regarded it as a joke. Lu Qingyan did mention this cousin, but it was not because he was too talented, but because he was full of depression like a resentful woman. It could be seen that Lu Qingyan didn't have a good impression of Lu Qinghe. But Lu Qingyan, who could be indifferent to her father Lu Dongjiang, was very optimistic about her unknown cousin Lu Qingqing. At that time, she seriously told Su Fengnian that although her grandfather had never shown any sign of appreciation for Lu Qingqing, he had personally commented on her twice. The first was that a family of elms is useless, but a sandalwood knows nothing. The elms meant that everyone in the Lu family was mediocre, and the sandalwood meant that the fourth house's younger brother Lu Qingqing. The second was that he has the talent and insight of a provincial governor in troubled times and the character of a minister of peace. As the leader of the Green Party, Lu Feiqi was obviously full of expectations for the future of the collateral descendant Lu Qingqing. The box of 6 small purple awls was actually sent by Lu Qingyan from Wutong to the manor in North Jibei City. Of course, her original intention was not for Su Fengnian to give to Lu Dongjiang. She purely wanted to leave something for her man, so she secretly hid it and didn't let Su Beiji take it away. As for the world-famous seal of appreciation, Su Fengnian was indeed reluctant to let it go from Mount Qingliang to the Central Plains. But if it was given to Lu Qingqing, there was nothing to be reluctant about. Su Fengnian was willing to give it to a scholar instead of an endorser, just like when he bought poems from Beiliang in the past. Su Fengnian also didn't have any utilitarian thoughts. After all, Lu Qingqing was still a piece of unpolished jade that had not been carved yet. Even if Beiliang wanted to use him, they had to win the second battle of Liangmang first. Su Fengnian sat alone in the study and closed his eyes to rest. For some reason, he remembered the game with Chancellor Wang and muttered to himself. Slay the dragon, slay the dragon, slay the dragon, carrying 2 capitals, not sending the emperor, but sending the Central Plains.